the Comcast Business Studios, 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, we're another day removed from the Eagles' loss to the Falcons, and a question that's being asked nationally is whether or not we're overreacting a little bit. We'll react to those statements coming up. And the Phillies with a nice win yesterday, but John Kincade is asking for something specific out of them. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
The play call worked. The question, though, is whether it worked or not, was it the smart play call?
It wasn't. What is this team built around? It's built around having one of the best offensive lines in football.
Yep.
A quarterback who is a dual threat with his legs and his arms.
Showed that last night.
And a star running back who, by the way, give him 2 consecutive carries. He goes for 5 or 6 yards, not 3.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
And it is a good morning.
Well, for you, I'm not feeling any better. I told you I was not going to.
How about if I tell you, just a tease, I'm feeling better about a couple things, but worse about a couple.
Oh, okay, so you made me feel the same.
So but I'm on the teeter-totter. I'm going, you probably called it a seesaw.
Yes, I'm a seesaw man.
You're a seesawman.
Yeah.
It goes back and forth. There were things that I liked better after watching it and things that I liked worse.
Here's the problem. You see all these people posting the all-22 stuff, and
right.
the what we already knew about the pass rush and the fears of the pass rush just look even worse when people highlight specific things. And as I said to you a lot yesterday, John, my biggest concern added to what was my biggest concern is that I don't see this getting better unless Vic Fangio finds a way to be creative with some of the pass rush techniques, either with the edge rushers. Maybe they stunt, maybe they do some certain things, or maybe he adds pressure. Maybe he does a 5-man front. I don't know, but I don't see an end in sight. I like a light at the end of the tunnel. It's darkness when it comes to with the pass rush right now.
I would look at it as the light is an incoming train. Because I couldn't agree with you more. We start the show today with it. That's what I really come away with is that I don't know what improves, but I do know this. The road's much easier at different parts in the season. This is not a horrible team. This is not a team that's going to win 4 or 5 games. But how good are they? I hope that I have not completely overvalued this.
Well, and our expectations come into play here, right? Like,
sure it does.
Once the Eagles beat that Packers team to start 1-0 on the season, we're all saying the same thing. Oh, my God, they might be 4-0 entering the bye, and then they come out of the bye against Cleveland. They could be 5-0. And they're already 1-1 now.
I thought they'd be 3-1 coming into the bye. I'm not writing it off yet, but it will be how about this? Herculean task for this team to be able to assemble themselves and be 3-1. But
and part of it is it's not just whether or not you think the Saints are this talented team that has put up 40 points in the first 2 weeks of the season. It's also all the questions that we may have with this team following last season, right? Is this team going to bounce back? We saw them clearly not bounce back last year. What Monday night did for a lot of people was open up a door to questions again. It opened up a door that I thought was closed, especially after the win against the Packers of, hey, man, if they lose a couple of games early on, how's that locker room going to be? You open the door back to that after one loss, and a loss where you should have won that football game, and a couple of decisions, or if a ball is caught, whatever you want to say, it came down to a final quarter where no matter how ugly it was at times, you were going to win that game. But that loss and the way you lost, with the decision-making by the head coach, that loss opens those questions back up, Johnny.
I think that the one thing I would say to you on that is that they already have shown you that they're going to send a message this year, which they didn't last year. Mm-hmm. They're going to send us a message that this year is going to be different, that they're assembled, the Wonder Twins are together, they're all going to be all for one for all, that this is going to be a different. A.J. Brown said it yesterday.
Yep.
So
I
think it's going to be – I think there's a different mindset to this year's team. But is there a different level of talent? Is there enough talent to overcome some of the deficiencies? I think there's a lot of teams on their schedule that won't be able to exploit them.
Right.
The way they got exploited the other night.
All right.
At the end of the game, they didn't get exploited for 48. Honestly,
no, they didn't.
For the majority of that game, they did not get exploited.
For the majority of the game, look, I know the offense sputtered at times, but Hurts looked good. Saquon Barkley looked good.
7 teams before the Falcons took the ball back. At the same point, only 7 teams in the NFL had given up less points than the Eagles did. So 75% of the league had given up more points in their Sunday game or in their Thursday game than the Eagles did. When I hear it portrayed as this horrendous defensive effort, it was terrible.
It was not.
It was not. But I think people have, and I hate using this term because I got corrected by a gentleman on an email last week, so I don't. I think people have bad memories of last year. Bad memories. And the bad memories come flowing back, and you start thinking, here we go again. It's not last year. But this team has to change the narrative.
Yeah, it does. And that's what that loss does on Monday night. It allows people to bring it back up. It allows us to question some things. It allows us to go, oh, man, remember last year? It allows us to say, how do they bounce back?
Yep.
Because I saw them not bounce back at all last season. So I want to play something for you because I find it interesting when a national media member has stuff to say about Philadelphia. Now, normally when they say stuff about Philadelphia, we freak out because we think they're underrating our teams or they're taking the cheap shots because of snowballs at Santa and all this kind of stuff. I'm going to play you a clip that's a little over a minute long that I don't think is hot takey by any means. But Colin Cowherd basically tried to make the point that we are overreacting a little bit after the Week 2 loss. And I think it's going to lead to a great conversation because maybe we are. But I will tell you right now, he makes 7 points in this clip that we're about to play.
7, eh?
And I disagree with 6 of them.
His writers are doing a good job on coming up with some of the clips.
I disagree with 6 of them. And the one that I agree with, I'm still upset about. And it's something that I said to you guys Monday morning before the game even happened. So here's Colin Cowherd of Fox Sports basically saying that we need to relax a little bit.
Folks, Saquon catches the football, you're 2-0. You beat a team, if he catches the football, in Green Bay that could win their division, and Atlanta could win theirs. Kirk Cousins is good. It happens. It's football. Your division's a mess. Giants, Washington don't look very good. Dallas is typical Dallas roller coaster. You'll be fine. Now, Nick Sirianni's not Andy Reid. Who is? There's one. Yeah, you don't have Andy Reid. But A.J. Brown, your number 1 receiver, did not play. That is a thing. You can defend Philadelphia much differently when A.J. Brown's not on the field. For most of the game, you look like the better team. You also have a very expensive offense, and because of that, there's some liabilities or weaknesses on the back end. So, Philadelphia is going to win their division, I would imagine. And then ultimately, at some point late in the season, they're going to lose a game in January or maybe February. They just can't make a stop. Okay, but that's because nobody is stopping Patrick Mahomes. But let's look at the good news. Jalen Hurts, back to being dynamic. Jalen Hurts was something. A.J. Brown's returning. Saquon Barkley, say whatever you want to say about Saquon Barkley. He's clearly a really good player who just dropped a ball. Your offensive line's top 5 in the league. I need you to take a deep breath. Everything's going to be okay.
All right.
I can't wait to take you behind the curtain on Colin. But
I want to break down point by point here.
Okay.
With and I wrote them down so that, in case you missed some of them, everybody knows what Colin Cowherd said.
Right.
Point number 1, John. If Saquon catches the football, the Eagles are 2-0.
Okay.
Well,
no, she's Sherlock.
And here's the thing, Colin, and anybody who may say that, because I know there are people here. Right, it's one thing for me to react to what Colin Cowherd had to say. I love it when it's Philadelphia on Philadelphia, right? Because we're here, we're living it.
Right, exactly.
What he doesn't realize is that decision was made by Nick Sirianni, and Nick Sirianni does not know whether he wants to be aggressive or not. That was an aggressive play call.
He says he wants to be, and then he turtles.
Yes.
And when he turtles, he doesn't have an explanation for why he turtled and why he was aggressive another time.
Yeah, he basically said if the ball's caught, it works out, but the ball wasn't caught, and then he has to do the whole, we got to do a better job to put our players in the right position.
And the play call was Kellen Moore's, But he has every right to call the play call off.
Yeah.
He has every right to say, no, we're running the ball.
Running the football. Let's
Right.
keep the clock running because the Atlanta Falcons have 0 timeouts left. And if we don't get the first down, well, the Falcons lose 25 seconds of game clock because of the play clock, and you either kick the field goal or Mr. Aggressive head coach goes for it on 4th down, but he doesn't. So, point number 1, yes, you're correct. If Saquon Barkley catches the football, you're 2-0, but he didn't. And because he didn't, it led to a spiral, and it led to multiple reasons why the Falcons were able to go downfield and score. Number 2, Kirk Cousins is good. It happens. It's football. John, we watched Kirk Cousins get obliterated in week 1 against the Steelers.
He was not good.
Kirk Cousins is not the same Kirk Cousins that we saw for years in Washington and for some of the better parts of his career in Minnesota.
Not the same guy, and more importantly, in clutch moments on primetime television, Kirk Cousins has a history of not doing what he did on Monday night.
And oh, by the way, Kirk Cousins not looking good week 1 was because of the pass rush of the Pittsburgh Steelers. What pass rush did the Eagles have?
Non-existent.
And do you think it's going to be existent all of a sudden in week 3?
No.
I don't see any reason why they should be, because so far in weeks 1 and 2, Bryce Huff has done his jersey number.
Well, he's not the only
0.
one. He's not the only one.
No, he's not. Josh Sweat was just a guy out there. Jaylen Carter is getting double and triple teamed because Jordan Davis does nothing on the pass plays. Nothing. He's just kind of there. He's kind of just a body. Point number 3, the division's a mess. All right, that is true.
Okay, that's easy.
But, John, has anyone said this is just about winning the division this year?
No, and that's why when you're living in Southern California,
Correct.
You don't understand. You don't understand. He doesn't grasp it. What Colin Cowherd knows about us and what he knows about this team specifically and how this fan base consumed last year and this year, it doesn't fill a shot glass.
Right.
Though Colin is a mojito guy. He drinks mojitos.
And oh, by the way, what he does know about us is that we are ravenous, starved fans. And that might be why we react a certain way. But what he does not know is he does not know the pain that we went through last year.
He doesn't live it.
No,
he doesn't live it. And more importantly, I will tell you point blank, I guarantee you, I worked with Colin for years. I did his show for him when he was out for years. Colin doesn't watch games like we watch games.
Right.
Colin has flat out told people, because I don't watch games like that. He's more involved in the stories. He's interested in stories. He's not sitting there breaking down Eagles games.
No.
And he doesn't know what the nuance of this fan base and what people are pissed about. And by the way, the people have a right to be pissed and have a right to be concerned based on what we lived through last year.
And another thing to the division point, how many times are a seed that's not 1 or 2 in the Super Bowl? Not as often. Not that often.
As often. We had a 4-4 Super Bowl a couple years ago.
Yes, we did.
Rams, Bengals.
But that was an anomaly. That was an outlier.
That was an anomaly.
Doesn't happen often.
You can get 3s, 4s, but most likely you got to win a division first.
Yeah.
Most likely. And occasionally you get the outlier.
All right, point number 4. Nick Sirianni's not Andy Reid, but who is? There is only one.
Okay, that's where he just absolutely loses me. He has no idea about Nick Sirianni.
Coaches can win or lose games, and he lost that game.
He did. He lost it.
And let's face it, we talk about Jalen Hurts and how he hasn't had a great game in a long time. Since when is Nick Sirianni? Packers game, I thought he coached a good game. Okay? That's 1 out of the last 10? Think about it for a second.
Well, he had good clock management in the Packer game.
Yeah, in the Packer game.
Yeah, he did.
1 out of the last 10?
Yeah.
The collapse also had a lot to do with bad coaching last year.
Okay, I think some of the games they lost last year, I'm not putting on Sirianni. I'm putting on quitter football players that quit.
Could be.
That hung their heads, that didn't listen to coaches, that went rogue and everything like that. Nick Sirianni gets credited for a loss in Seattle last year. At the very least, they should have gone to overtime and not won.
Got it. Fair.
So to me, I'll just have Nick's back on that one a little bit.
Okay. Point number 5 was A.J. Brown did not play. I thought that was the most logical point, but I said this to both of you on Monday. If A.J. Brown's out, most teams don't have another top 10 wide receiver, a top 5 running back, a top 10 tight end, and a top 5 offensive line. And oh, by the way, a quarterback who is supposed to be a top 10 quarterback. I get the A.J. Brown loss, especially the timing, because it happened on, Friday?
It happened on Friday.
So they probably already had their game plan put together.
No, they did.
Yeah, and so
the game plan would have been approved and everything by Wednesday.
Yeah, so I get that had to have been a tough spot, which is why I do agree with Colin on that point. But I'm not going to all of a sudden sit here and make the excuses that because they lost their number one wide receiver, that they don't have top 5 players and top 10 players all across the offense.
I'm going to go back to this one, though. Monday, I was sounding the alarm. I was very concerned about A.J. Brown being out. And overwhelmingly, I was sort of getting snickered at by people. Emails, tweets, on this radio station.
I don't know why
anybody
should have snickered.
Well, like being like, come on. They have so many weapons. Everything will be fine. And I'm going, okay, who's moving up? Who's moving up the depth chart? Who are they going to? We're not.
Oh, Burton Covey had 7 catches,
The way this city talks about Dallas Goedert is not the way that anyone else in the NFL talks about Dallas Goedert.
No, I think they do. I think everybody's confused.
No, I don't think so at all. I think Dallas Goedert is much more revered in this city than he is by the rest of the NFL. No one in the NFL is going, man, we got to go against Goedert this week. Goddard's about to torch us for one of his big games. Dallas can trot out over and over again impressive tight ends that dominate in their offense.
Tight end factory.
And for some reason, Dallas Goedert, he just isn't able to do it. Dallas Goedert's on my hit list today.
Okay.
I'll tell you what.
All right. Well, we got the second opinion and a whole lot more. 0.6. For most of the game, you were the better team.
Okay, God
what does that do for me?
This is like
that tells me that they lost it, that they choked it, that they blew it. What does that do for me? That most of the game they were the better team, John.
This is like honestly, what Colin Cowherd's opening diatribe on the Eagles yesterday. I wrote this as a 7th grade paper. I know I did because it sounds like a 7th grade paper. It sounds like somebody who didn't read the book, who got the Cliff Notes and is just trying to read some of the highlights and just put it. I'm telling you this, he didn't watch this game.
That could be true.
No, he didn't watch the game because to have this nonchalant, oh my gosh, Eagles fans, what are you doing? He didn't watch this game.
I mean, I'm thinking about it. Game 1 of the wild card round 2 years ago, the Cardinals for most of the game were the better team.
Oh my gosh.
What does that matter? It doesn't matter. In the end result, you lost.
They took their eye off the ball. The Cardinals' closer collapsed.
Right.
There were bad decisions made by Schilt.
Yeah, and then they ended up losing. So, like, what does that mean for? What does that matter? Oh, most of the game, you were the better team. Yeah, and then you lost. You lost away. You peed away an opportunity to be 2-0 and 2-0 in your conference. Lastly,
that's what he's talking about right there. What you just said is what he's talking about the overreaction.
What?
Because being the better team for a lot of the game does matter to some extent. It doesn't matter for that individual contest and where your record ends up on Tuesday morning. But what it does matter is comparing you to other teams you will play. Part of his original premise was the Falcons could win their division. So if you play as the better team,
they could win their bad division.
Okay,
congrats.
I understand. Guess what?
The NFC
you
South
also have a bad division.
I still think the Cowboys are a good team just because they got obliterated by the Saints.
I understand, but
who were in that bad division you're painting.
That's true.
I mean,
I understand what you're saying in the vacuum of a single game. Like, who cares if you're the better team for most of it if you lose it? But what that does show us, the argument is this team's ceiling is still high.
I don't think so. They were until A.J. Brown got injured. Touchdown favorites over the
6.5,
and they're a decidedly, reportedly more talented team than Atlanta in so many different groups. Wide receiver, offensive line. They were supposed to be defensive line. That's not true.
And look, even if the Falcons don't go down the field,
Falcons
score,
secondary clearly better.
If the Falcons don't go down the field and score, we're happy that they're 2-0, right? We're happy,
but we're not feeling.
We're not saying, man, play a great game against the Falcons.
No.
Was that pass rush good? No, the pass rush sucked. Lastly,
yes,
you have a high-priced offense.
Okay, what's that?
And
mean?
he made the whole point. You could be the Steelers' high-priced defense, but you know you're not going to win because of the offense. Here's the deal. Because they have a high-priced offense, see point number 5. Yes, you didn't have A.J. Brown, but you have so much else at your disposal.
And when you give up 22 points, this Eagles team should never, again, capital letters with an N, never lose a game. The 2024 Eagles should never lose a game when their defense gives up 22. Period. Flat out. That is a failure on the offense, a failure on Kellen Moore, a failure on Nick Sirianni, and a failure on the offensive talent not to execute. They should never lose a game giving up 22. The defense is not that good. Not that good. But 22 points, that should win you a game every week with this offense.
So I warned you. yesterday that I was not going to be better today. And I'm not.
You're not?
I'm not better today.
You don't sound it.
I'm not. But I know how a lot of people operate. They feel better after their next night of sleep. And, of course, we're all Eagles fans, so we're always looking for the positives. And, of course, there's people that are listening right now going, this is why I hate Philly radio. This guy's angry, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I'm angry. They peed away an opportunity to win a football game against a conference opponent.
There are reasons, though. There are reasons to feel better.
And I
found... I made a list of both yesterday.
So you're going to give us a potential positive spin. You texted us something yesterday about the first 2 weeks.
Sure.
I want you to give that potential positive spin coming up next.
There's more to it than that, but yes, I get you.
And I want to hear from people. Are we overreacting? Are there more people on Colin Cowherd's side where they go, yeah, all those points are right, and that's why the Eagles will be fine? Even Connor's agreeing with something that Colin said. Or are you like me where you're going, yeah, you know what? I can fight back on every single point that you just made. And every single point you just made, they should be 2-0, but they're not. They're 1-1. 610-632-0975. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A win behind Wheeler. I'm Connor Thomas.
Wednesday morning here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It is an Adam Schefter Wednesday. He'll be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock. Jeff McClain normally joins us on Tuesdays, but he couldn't do yesterday, so he'll be joining us at 9:05. So we have some great conversations ahead for you with a national media member and a local media member, but both who were there because it was Monday Night Football. So we get to get Shefty's, personal account on what happened Monday night when he was here for Monday Night Countdown.
Dressed as a mummer.
Yes, I saw that. And, of course, Jeff McClain also at 9:05. But we're starting off the show reacting to what Colin Cowherd had to say about Philadelphia fans and how maybe we need to take a breather and relax and maybe we shouldn't overreact to the Week 2 loss. Now, every point that he gave, I was able to give a rebuttal. I was able to be, no, I think you're wrong there. And I told you, John, yesterday, and I told you this morning, I'm not over this loss. Do I believe that they're going to miss the playoffs? No. But I do believe that this loss may have some reasons why they're not a 1 seed down the road or 2 seed down the road. Or maybe they have to play in Week 18 when Week 18 could have been a week where they rested their starters. There is a reason why you should be still upset after the Week 2 loss to the Atlanta Falcons.
Upset's fine. I mean, it's okay to be upset. There are positives, there are negatives. I went through and watched the 15-minute game yesterday.
Okay.
And then tried to decipher some of the all 22. I will tell you this. And I say it over and over again because I just want to put it that way. I try to watch that all 22 stuff every week. Mm-hmm. I do not consider myself enough of a footballsman that I can sit there and watch the all 22 and tell you, oh, yeah, I can really decipher what happened. But I can look for specific players.
Okay.
And that's what I try to do.
Yeah.
I try to look for specific players that we're criticizing and then watch them in the all 22.
So you could feel sick watching Bryce Huff.
Oh, it wasn't good.
Yeah.
It was worse. A number that DJ, one of our listeners, sent along a number to us. 13-2. 13-2.
Okay.
Do you have any number what the 13-2 might mean? And DJ had too much time on his hand, but he was surveying social media.
My first thought was third down conversions, but that's such a random. I don't think that's accurate.
He said it was Fox and ESPN, and he took just ex-NFL players. Fox and ESPN. Just ex-NFL players that all offered an opinion on what the Eagles did at the end of that game on third down. 13 ex-NFL players said, stupid, 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 stupid. And 2 defended the decision to throw the football at that point and not burn clock.
Okay.
And he just says that to him, he says, as I wake today will be, because he said this last night, as I wake will be my most frustrating thing.
Okay, how's this making me feel better?
No, but because here's why it should make you feel better. Okay. That's easily correctable. That's easily the biggest
Not if
thing.
The head coach is in his own way.
Yes, it is.
John.
Yes, it is. I
watched Brandon Staley get fired because he could not get out of his own way. I watched Chip Kelly.
Okay.
Chip Kelly had an offense that could put up 30 points at ease, but didn't give a damn about his defense. He didn't get out of his own way. And right now, Nick Sirianni, I wrote a piece for it on 975thefanatic.com. We talked about it yesterday, is having an identity crisis. He wants to be aggressive one drive. He wants to be conservative the next.
I will tell you that I believe that he coached a really, really good game against the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
And that was a huge, crazy, stupid thing to do. Overwhelmingly, NFL players panned that move. Ex-NFL guys who now work in the media.
Yes.
Panned that move, saying, what the frick are you doing?
Right.
And they all understand. They all understand the basics. If he catches it,
yes.
That's not the point.
It's the risk management conversation that we had yesterday.
And you don't do it. And the ex-NFL players were 13-2 yesterday between Fox and ESPN saying, stupid, stupid, stupid.
That's not making me feel better, John.
Because that's something that can easily. Do you believe, honestly? And if you do, then it's a big problem. And not on your part. It's a big problem in your trust. Do you believe he'd be that stupid again? You really do?
You really want that answer? I wanted him fired.
Yeah, I don't think
I didn't want him back.
I do not think any way, shape, or form, if he's in the same situation again, that he is trying to throw the football and get cute when he could have run 40 extra seconds off the clock.
Okay, but
I don't believe he's doing that.
My thing to that is, John, What does that do for me if they miss out on the 1 seed by a game?
Okay.
It doesn't do anything for me that they improved, that they corrected that mistake that costed them a game.
So what, dude? The season's done now because they can't get the...
No, dude, but that's not the point. You know how football works. It's going to come down to a couple of wins, right? When it comes to the 1 seed, and you peed away an opportunity. They should have won that football game. They should have won that football game, and it was a dumb decision.
It was.
At the end of a football game, I get the play was there. We had this conversation all show yesterday. The play was there. I'm not totally against the idea, but what he doesn't realize is that there is a risk reward, and that risk cost you the game. If Saquon Barkley is just handed off the football and loses 2 yards, you're in a better position to win the football game than throwing a football, and it's very elemental. More things have to go right for a passing play than a running play.
All you had to do is just say, someone could stand at Belmont Avenue, and they could run from one side of the Schuylkill Expressway to the other side, dodging cars, jumping the barrier, going across, and they could make it. The people who are saying, look, all they complete the pass, and we're just saying, yeah, you can make it. You could run across the Schuylkill. I bet you that Connor could do it. I bet I could do it. I bet you could do it.
Well, it depends on what time of day.
It would be freaking stupid to do it.
Yes.
And it was stupid to do it. And that's something that really does haunt me. I think they would be smarter next time around.
I hope so. And Connor, no, the season's not over. And I'm not going to sit here and overreact and say, "Oh, we're back to last year." I'm not getting there. I think this is a totally different team. I think the locker room's different. We're going to get into a conversation later on the show. Jalen Hurts man in the locker room after the loss. Like it's a totally different season, but it allows questions to come back up. And it allows me to continue to question Nick Sirianni. He's still the head coach. You too wanted him fired, right? You also didn't want him back. He already has blood on his hands for the Week 2 loss.
You too wanted him fired.
You too. You as well.
Too.
Connor as well wanted Nick Sirianni.
And believe me, I'm
fired.
rethinking my vote, but I'm not.
Well, you should be. And it was a stupid decision, and it cost them a game, and that sucks. And I'm as upset about the loss as anybody. Like, that was a game that you cannot afford to lose with the way that it progressed.
Yes.
But you know what's taking it too far? Is in 2 weeks of an NFL season saying, well, what if it's the difference in the 1 seed? Guess what? They're going to lose other games. And what if those are the difference?
Yeah, but dude, if they get bested by a team because they played the Ravens and the Ravens just beat you by a touchdown or so because they may be the better team that day, that's fine. The Eagles were the better team for the entire game, and it was a stupid decision by the head coach that cost you the game. This isn't Rob Thompson saying, you know what, let me put Junior Marte out there for a game in a 162-game season. Dumb decision, but it's not going to kill you.
Yes, it's a dumb decision, but every single team in the NFL is going to lose a game this year to another team that they shouldn't. Every single team.
They will not. I do not believe that every team will lose because of self-inflicted wounds.
And that's what Monday night was.
I don't think. In fact, I think none of the 1 seeds will. When you win the 1 seed, when you were the 2 seed, when you're the best teams in the NFL, you get beaten. There's weeks where you get beaten.
49ers lost 3 straight games last year because of injuries.
Very rarely do you lose. The best teams in the NFL lose because of the stupid things they do to beat themselves. And that's the difference.
I guess. Didn't the Ravens lose because of stupid things they did? Didn't the Niners lose because of stupid things they did? Didn't the Cowboys get smoked?
No, they didn't make bad decisions to lose. They lost the game. They got beaten.
Let me ask you this right now. I don't know if this question was asked yesterday. Would you rather be the Cowboys?
The question was not asked yesterday. And again, it's not just about winning the division.
I understand, but it's week 2.
Getting to a top. I get it, dude.
But you had an opportunity that you wasted, Connor, is that you wasted Cowboys losing, Detroit losing, 49ers losing.
Yes.
You had a game that you had you are hugely favored at home, and you blew it.
Right.
You blew the game. You gave it away. That is a game that there's every bit. If that doesn't come back to haunt them, I'm going to be shocked.
And a lot of our 12-5 predictions that we all had, right? Wasn't it week 2, W? That already changes. Right?
I think every single host on this station had week 2 as a win, even Kevin Cooney,
right,
who thought that they'd get off to a terrible start.
And if they finish 11-6, and let's say that 11-6 knocks you down to the 3 or 4 seed, we could literally point the game that they could have won. There's going to be games that they're going to lose.
Take could out of your mouth.
Should have
won.
Absolutely.
With an underline.
Absolutely. But I don't watch sports that way. I don't. Like, if we look back at it, then at that point we're going to say, damn, that sucks.
Baseball,
but right now,
baseball, you can have that attitude, Connor. Football?
no, I'm saying the bar is much higher now. They've got to win against New Orleans this week.
Yes, they've
got
to.
to make up for this. But I'm not looking at the 1 seed being lost on a week 2 game.
I'm not saying that they lost. I'm just saying it's a possibility because of a poor decision. I told you I'm not happy today. I'm not going to be better just because I slept one more night.
I'm better in a lot of ways.
Coming up next, we haven't mentioned the Phillies yet. Great win yesterday.
Yep.
We'll open up the text line on this conversation at 610-632-0975. Are we overreacting? Does Colin Cowherd have a point? Or are you more like me where I'm still not over it? And the Phillies will react to that win yesterday, but John doesn't want the top seed. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The real and inside story on the Phillies.
6:48 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5. The Fanatic on this beautiful, rainy Wednesday morning.
I loved seeing the rain this morning.
Yeah, it was nice. It's been a while. Rain is a good thing. It's a country song.
We'll take
I'm
it.
sure you love it. It makes corn, it makes whiskey, and it makes my baby feel a little bit frisky. You know that song? That one's not on the repertoire.
He doesn't have Luke Bryan in his bag.
He doesn't got that. No,
I do have Luke Bryan in my.
That's one of his biggest songs ever.
Only because of my daughter putting Luke Bryan. So those words may be in one of the songs.
Rain is a good thing, man.
I don't know.
All right, so text line in a second because Connor told me it's blowing up a little bit, just like I may have blown up last segment, and that's okay. The Phillies, first off, great win yesterday. Nobody watched Monday night, I think, right? That game did not happen. That game, I'm going to have to blow off the dust of a history book to see what happened on that Monday night because everybody was locked in on the Eagles, but they didn't play well against the Brewers, and Ranger Suarez was a little concerning.
No, Rangers more than a little concerning.
Yeah. But last night, Zach Wheeler dominant. Bryce Harper hit what looked like a pop-up, and I think he thought it was a pop-up, the way he reacted as he was jogging down the first baseline.
He said after the game he knew he got it, but he just has been owned by that pitcher his entire career.
That he thought it wasn't going out.
No, he was doing his little foxtrot down the line again.
And he hits the home run. Castellanos goes yard, number 21 on the season. And Zach Wheeler was fantastic. Bullpen was great. Phils get the win. Dodgers lose yesterday to the Marlins, man.
That's a gift. So now you got 2 plus the tiebreaker, so it's really 3.
And what's the magic number for the division?
4.
So you're down to 4, and the magic number for the division
is based off the Mets, who now are clearly in second place because they're 2 games up on the Braves.
Right.
So the number is only functioning off the Mets, to win the division. So, depending on what happens tonight, you're going to have a chance at minimum. Split with the Mets this weekend, you walk out winning the division.
So you have I don't know if it's a request, a demand, or just a wish.
I wrote a piece for 97.5thefanatic.com. It'll go up today thanks to the great Dylan McKinnon.
Yes.
I don't think I want them to knock themselves crazy dying to win the number 1 seed.
And why's that? Because you have been somebody, let's face it.
Yeah.
You've wanted it from jump, and whenever
Not Jump Street. And whenever they struggled,
we would point out the 1 seed being up for grabs for teams like the Dodgers and Brewers.
Well, I want the bye. The division and the bye. And I went back and even looked because Dork Boy went back and looked at the things. I couldn't find one point where a Phillies player or a Phillies coach mentioned that they wanted the 1 seed from spring training.
Okay.
I found multiple quotes. Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski, Nick Castellanos, Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, where they said they wanted the bye. They wanted to win the division this time around and get the bye.
Which is 1 or 2.
So it's 1 or 2. None of them I could find directly saying we got to get the 1 seed. So, and right now with their record, no matter what happens, they are in a good position to have home field should they ever get to a World Series with the better record. I'm not sure I want them to kill themselves, though, to try to get the 1 seed, if it comes down to it. Because I look at it as I think the Padres are the most dangerous team. Are the team the Dodgers are so beaten up right now. Mm-hmm. They've let the Padres back in that divisional race. The Padres are right now the number 1 wild card team. And because the Major League Baseball does the stupid NBA bracket crap.
Yeah.
And doesn't say, you play 162 to have the best record to be the quote-unquote 1 seed. Last year, what did that get the 1 seed? It got the 1 seed a divisional series matchup against a team that won 90 games. As opposed to what the Dodgers, the 2 seed, got a matchup against a team that won 83. Now, of course, the Diamondbacks did beat them.
They beat them, yeah.
But they got a team that had 7 less wins in the regular season. Baseball doesn't reward you. I think the Padres, as I look at the Major League Baseball, they're the most dangerous team. The Padres and the Mets have been the best teams in baseball. Mets have been the best team in baseball since they left London.
Yeah.
And since July, the best teams in the National League are the Mets and the Padres. I think I'd rather avoid the Padres in the second round and take my chances versus the winner of the Brewers and the final wild card pick.
See, you have every right to want what you believe is an easier path. I go back to the 2017 Eagles. I wanted the Jags.
Oh, absolutely. We all.
Bring on Brady. No, bring on Bortles.
I was
win me a Super Bowl.
I was watching that Bortles game.
Yes.
Watching it on the whatever the plaza is on the big screen.
Right.
And watching that before that game.
Yeah, I was saying hashtag
Nobody
bring on
wanted-
Bortles, not bring on Brady.
Everybody wanted the
story
Jags.
obviously is better because the Eagles beat the Patriots. They beat Brady. I get the story's better, but a Super Bowl is a Super Bowl. The Phillies in 2008, I did not care that it was the Tampa Bay Rays, right? Everybody, oh, well, it would have been better if they beat the Red Sox or the Yankees. What happened the next year? You lost to the Yankees, all right? I'm glad that they beat the Rays because a World Series is a World Series. But I will say this, John. The Phillies are the better team than the Padres, Mets, Brewers, Diamondbacks.
They proved it over the year, too.
I can't have that thought that you're having of, oh, man, but I don't want them to play the Padres or Mets.
Well,
I get having a wish. I get having a want. The Phillies should be the better team no matter who they're playing. And if they lose any series that's shy of the NLCS, we're going to have major problems. And we're going to talk about, trading guys, firing guys. I hear what you're saying. But if we're at that point and they lose to any team in the first round in their first round of the playoffs, we have a much larger conversation that we need to have.
Oh, it'll be a conversation. I think it'll be loud.
But I totally get it. And so I think there are probably a lot of people that are on your side. We'd love to hear that from you at 610-632-0975. Are you starting to look at the postseason picture?
You should be.
And saying, I would prefer facing that team than this team. I'd prefer having the 1 seed than the 2 seed. Please feel free to text in at 610-632-0975. We check the text line coming up next because there are people that want to talk about the overreaction, if it is one, of the Eagles' Week 2 loss. And there was an interesting story that came out of the locker room. Someone should be celebrated for it, but there is questions that I have. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Up.
97.5 The Fanatic, and in 1 hour on this Adam Schefter Wednesday, we'll be joined by Adam Schefter of ESPN, who was in Lincoln Financial Field Monday night for the Eagles-Falcons game. So we'll get his firsthand account on what happened Monday night. And you had an interesting question yesterday about Howie Roseman and whether or not he would be given the opportunity to hire, his fourth head coach?
Fourth head coach? Which would be, I can't wait. To me, that would be malpractice.
I don't think it'd be malpractice, but
do.
I get that it doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't happen. And there's a reason it doesn't happen.
I know.
Because you're not hiring people. It's not working.
Right.
Your hiring practices aren't working. And if you say, well, it's they went to a Super Bowl. He hired a coach who went to Super Bowl.
That's what people
fine.
would say.
And you can say that, but you
And won a
obviously
Super
hired
Bowl with another head coach.
You obviously hired a guy who, for some reason, it doesn't work. So if you want to run through coaches and keep redoing your system every few years, he shouldn't hire another coach.
I'd be curious to hear how Adam answers that question.
Look forward to it.
I don't know how he'll answer the question.
Big defender of what goes on down at NovaCare.
I was about to say, maybe
Big
a little,
defender.
maybe a little
And
dismissive.
And by the way, I do not, in any way, I was not somebody who advocated for Nick Sirianni to be gone.
Right.
And I still am not.
No, of course not.
But-
I'm not saying he should be fired after week 2. I'm just saying I didn't want him back, and
Right.
what I saw week 2 is part of the reason why I didn't want him back.
Exactly. And I think that, points that were being made by people who are, quote unquote, like detractors to Nick Sirianni, he didn't do a lot the other night to quell
Help his
them
cause.
down.
Yeah, and I gave him his credit for week 1.
You did.
He
No,
coached.
no
He coached a good game week 1.
He really did. He did a really
not,
nice job.
and it's part of the reason why you lost week 2. All right, let's play the Colin Cowherd clip one more time, Connor.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm not going to do the same breakdown of all 7 points that he makes here, but Colin Cowherd on his show yesterday basically talked about the reaction or overreaction in his mind of how Eagles fans reacted to the loss week 2. And I know we have a lot of texts on it, so we'll get some reaction on that. You can text the show at 610-632-0975. Our question today, are we overreacting to week 2? Does Colin Cowherd have a point, or are you more like me where you're still not over it? Here's Cowherd yesterday on a show.
Folks, Saquon catches the football, you're 2-0. You beat a team, if he catches the football, in Green Bay that could win their division, and Atlanta could win theirs. Kirk Cousins is good. It happens. It's football. Your division's a mess. Giants, Washington don't look very good. Dallas is typical Dallas roller coaster. You'll be fine. Now, Nick Sirianni's not Andy Reid. Who is? There's one. Yeah, you don't have Andy Reid. But A.J. Brown, your number 1 receiver, did not play. That is a thing. You can defend Philadelphia much differently when A.J. Brown's not on the field. For most of the game, you look like the better team. You also have a very expensive offense, and because of that, there's some liabilities or weaknesses on the back end. So, Philadelphia is going to win their division, I would imagine. And then ultimately, at some point late in the season, they're going to lose a game in January or maybe February. They just can't make a stop. Okay, but that's because nobody is stopping Patrick Mahomes. But let's look at the good news. Jalen Hurts, back to being dynamic. Jalen Hurts was something. A.J. Brown's returning. Saquon Barkley, say whatever you want to say about Saquon Barkley. He's clearly a really good player who just dropped a ball. Your offensive line's top 5 in the league. I need you to take a deep breath. Everything's going to be okay.
Now, real quick, 2 more things that I didn't point out during our opening segment. First, the Cowboys are dysfunctional. I need to be proved that the Eagles are not dysfunctional also.
The Eagles were more dysfunctional last year when they blew the division to that Cowboys team.
So I need to be proved.
Yep.
I don't think they are. Let me make that clear. I don't think the Eagles are a dysfunctional organization, a dysfunctional team. But I need to be proven correct before I say, oh, yeah, Colin, you're right. Dallas is dysfunctional. They're the only dysfunctional team in the division. I need to make sure that the Eagles aren't. The second point, he says A.J. Brown will be back. When? Did you see yesterday? Or there was the report, I think Adam Schefter tweeted it out, that he told Lisa Salters that he could be out a couple weeks.
But he thought they would miss the New Orleans game and the game the other night. He was saying that before. He missed a couple games. But then he talks about yesterday, A.J. Brown, about the comeback.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that means he's doing better than he thought.
I hope so.
Let me tell everybody, and if you're watching on YouTube, I'll look you in the eye.
Okay.
I'll tell you a few things when you hear that Colin Cowherd rant again. One, Colin Cowherd does not know us. He does not know anything about this fan base to any level of depth. So he doesn't understand us. So when someone from the outside, if you get criticized by someone who lives here, breathes it, lives it, it means a lot more than someone
for example,
who's on the beach in Southern California.
When we were arguing with Phillies fans that thought they were going to lose the division.
Right. We're here every day, and we're just as passionate.
You're allowed to have that opinion, even though I think it's crazy, but I think it means more for us to say you're crazy to say that than somebody that's not living. And look, let's face it, the Phillies were going through a horrible 2-month stretch.
They were, but people were over-amplifying
Correct.
it. And so, he isn't a sports fan. I've known Colin now here's the thing is, I think Colin is one of the most talented guys who is in our business.
He absolutely
I really
is.
do. I think he's
really is.
And I worked with him, I filled in for him for years. He isn't a sports fan, though.
Okay.
He is very cerebral. He likes the stories around sports. He doesn't live and breathe. You couldn't tell. Who is Colin a sports fan of? A fan of. Live, breathe, eat. He doesn't have it.
Okay.
And he's bragged about that for years. It's just how he does the job. That diatribe about the Eagles, though, and his knowledge of the Eagles was somebody who watched highlights, and that was kiddie pool depth.
Yeah.
There was no depth to it.
And, oh, by the way, it doesn't add to the story of like he didn't add last year.
Right. And I would give $1,000 to the AACR. $1,000. If I could, by surprise, go, come on, Colin. Here's $1,000 on the table. Could you give me 6 guys on the depth chart on either side of the ball for the Eagles? And I promise you my $1,000 would be picked up.
Wow.
It's that don't get that. He loves storylines, and he's a brilliant storyteller.
Yeah, look, he's great.
And
There's a reason why he has the job that he does.
He's an incredibly talented host. But you can't let his analysis of the Eagles in any way affect your thought process because he doesn't know the Eagles. He doesn't know what it's like being a part of this fan base, and he most certainly doesn't live, eat, breathe every single move this franchise makes and otherwise.
But there might be people who agree with them. So let's check the text line at 610-632-0975. Connor did tell us that the first 2 texts that came in were positive Eagles texts, which means they side with Colin Cowherd.
Well, maybe they don't. Maybe they make salient points.
Right.
He didn't make a salient point. This is literally go into Walmart, get the $9.99 kiddie pool.
I'd take that. All right, what do we got, Connor?
All right, the first 4 words on our first text message that we received this morning. Colin Cowherd is right.
All right.
And they continue to say, you may not live in Philly or dissect it like we do, but I'm a diehard Eagles Philadelphia local fan. I think you guys are aggressively overreacting. There were so many scenarios where if one thing happened, we win that game. Did we forget how they looked in the Packers game? Calm down. And we're just
hold on a second. First of all, I'm not overreacting. So that here's where I question whether people listen. I'm not overreacting. I'm not giving you any grand pronouncements about what this team is or isn't. But what I can tell you is, if you look at it, and I thank DJ, 13-2, like you guys who know football, who are employed by Fox and ESPN, ex-NFL players, were 13-2 yesterday against what the Eagles did in that game. If you say it's not overreacting to say you pooed away a game or an opportunity to win by a stupid decision.
Yeah.
That's not.
And
no pronouncements,
and
though.
I'll say this.
I wouldn't be shocked. I keep telling you that the line in New Orleans is extremely suspicious.
Mm-hmm. Couple of things to that texter. I believe Jaylen Hurts had a good game.
So do I. Yeah, and we both, by the way, we both said that yesterday.
Yeah. Devontae Smith, still very, very good at football. Saquon Barkley, still dominant. Maybe he should be handing the football instead of throwing the football.
Maybe you let him do what he does great, not what he does poorly.
But tell me, texter, because they didn't add their name to it.
No.
Texter. That's what you're going to be known as.
Maybe it's Dexter.
Maybe it's Dexter. Tell me where I'm overreacting or where anyone is overreacting to the pass rush that has done nothing through the first 2 weeks of the season. And tell me the person that didn't say the pass rush would be a concern, because everybody started to feel that way before the season started. I saw one dominant play in 2 weeks out of a pass rush, and it was one of your depth guys. It was Milton Williams. I saw Thomas Booker, all right? Not Booker T, the wrestler. I saw Thomas Booker do more than your $17 million a year edge rusher in Bryce Huff and the guy that you brought back who is a guy in Josh Sweat.
I feel responsible because I downplayed it. Like, I'll raise my hand and say, I downplayed it, and now watching.
No, but here's the thing, John. Your reasoning was because you thought the secondary would be able to be the strength. And look, they only gave up 15 points through the first 3 quarters and 13 minutes of a football game.
They did.
But at some point, the pass rush is going to hurt you, and that's why Kirk Cousins was able to go bing, bang, boom down the field, because he was standing tall in that pocket the entire time. There was nothing to do. There was nothing he had to avoid. There was nothing that he had to be worried about. That is not an overreaction. Week 1, there were people, and I was willing to give it, even though I didn't necessarily feel that way. Because I saw Jalen Hurts get blitzed and hit. I was willing to give the benefit of the doubt to the field surface, which is something that, Connor, you even asked about before the game even happened week 1, and I give you credit for it. And the field surface was clearly a bit of an issue week 1 against the Packers. Is the field an issue at the link?
No. I said I tweeted it out the other night when I took over the Fanatic account. I said the excuse of field conditions can't be used tonight.
No.
They're perfect.
And
by the way, though, the Falcons, too, another opportunity you wasted. They weren't getting after Jalen Hurts.
No, they weren't.
Right, but, here's the thing, guys. What have you said since Monday night's game that we haven't said prior to Monday night's game? What are the points that we're worried about now that we were not worried about before?
Oh, points that I wasn't worried about before? I did not. I watched that 15-minute game yesterday, took notes on that, and then tried to watch some of the all 22 stuff, specific moments of the game. I wonder what the hell Vic Fangio was doing.
Yeah, there's a lot of people saying that.
I have no idea what Vic Fangio's plan is. And at some point you can say to me that you don't want to send people because you're afraid of your secondary being exposed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Eagles' secondary was not exposed for 58 and a half minutes of that game the other night. It was at no time was the secondary being exposed. So to me, at some point, you got to take a risk.
You got to make the quarterback uncomfortable.
They didn't make him
so
uncomfortable.
Hang on. I understand, but what's our conversation when Vic Fangio was hired? Hey, we're doing the bend, don't break thing again. We've been annoyed about the lack of blitzing for the past forever long. If he doesn't work out here, is it time to say that system does not work? We had that conversation. This is not something that's popping up out of the blue.
No, but Connor, I'll raise my hand as one. I did not doubt that he would make appropriate adjustments in game, that he is a veteran coach of 40 years in the NFL, and he did not. Yeah. He was a frickin' sleep at the wheel the other night.
He does not blitz. That's the way they run defense.
There is a time he does not prefer to blitz. He did not blitz. There's a difference. He does not usually play this passage.
Right, so here's the issue. It's not that Vic Fangio needs the blitz. It's that your pass rush needs to get home.
Yeah, and my concern going into the season was the pass rush needs to get home.
Yes.
And it's even worse than I thought.
It's worse than you thought.
Dude,
much
Bryce
worse.
Huff. That play, it's now circulated on my Twitter account, the algorithm, because it hears me talking about Bryce Huff over and over and over again.
It comes up again.
And Elon just wants to add pain to my life by making sure Bryce Huff is on my screen over and over again.
He may be a Falcon fan. I don't know.
Punched basically 5 yards back by Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson on Nolan Smith did a little chip, and they flew back 5 yards.
Yeah, dude.
That's not good.
Oh, my goodness. The guy that couldn't get on the field last year hasn't been good this year.
Yeah. And
the guy that was a part-time player in New York that you paid to try and replace Hassan Reddick hasn't been as good.
Yeah, and I was worried about it, and now it's looking even worse.
Connor, you're sounding like 2020 hindsight on this Bryce Huff thing.
I'm not. We've had all these conversations.
We did not have conversations of Bryce Huff being a zero.
We were unaware of what he would be.
Not even able to do anything that shows up on the score sheet.
I understand.
We didn't. So that's a different conversation.
But we had questions. We had questions about the players that we're questioning today.
But you question everything. You did not. I did never hear anybody go, man, I think Bryce Huff on like a Monday night game against a mediocre Falcons team would show up with a 0 on the score sheet. Never once did I hear anybody doubt him to that level.
I understand.
Jimmy Kempski called him a $17 million Jannard Avery.
The thing is, though, Connor, I don't think you do. Because that's a completely different conversation than we ever had.
Let me make my point then. It's not doubting to whatever level. It's not the level of doubting. Do you know what, there are teams that are in situations like, imagine if the Eagles signed Saquon Barkley and he just stinks. Like a guy that you believed was going to be so, like beyond a shadow of a doubt. Imagine that like A.J. Brown couldn't get open, right? I know he was hurt. Imagine Kellen Moore couldn't scheme wide receivers into spots where you could complete the football to.
I'm asking that question, by the way, too.
What?
Not Kellen Moore, but that's another
that
issue.
he can't scheme?
All of a sudden, yes. All of a sudden, he can't.
I can't not 2 weeks. I can't do that. Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden, I'm going to tell you, 2 games, I'm not impressed. But, I mean, go back to the other. No, I'm not impressed with the open wide receivers thing.
Okay.
And the open receivers thing.
All right. I just think we're questioning things. Now we may be questioning some more. But I think the problems on this team existed exactly where we thought they would. And I don't think that that's something to lose your mind over in week 2.
And that's why, going back to the original conversation, you can't pee away opportunity.
You can't.
And they peed away an opportunity.
You can't underreact to them losing that game in epic fashion. Joe Buck, an NFL broadcaster, reiterated it again yesterday. 31 years of broadcasting NFL games. He's never seen an ending like that one.
Yeah,
where a team that was in control of a game literally peed it away. And it again, he said it yesterday. I've never seen anything like it in 31 years. You can't underreact to that.
I can, and I will, because it's still one loss, and it sucks. I'm mad about the game, guys. I was pissed off. About the game. Is that what you want me to say? This team has issues, but I'm not going to treat it like they're ones that we didn't already see. I'm not going to act like, well, okay, now I'm overly worried about this or overly worried about that. We knew the pass rush was an issue. We knew Nick Sirianni was an issue. We knew that the Eagles finding a way to close out games was an issue, and we're seeing all these things.
Connor, we did not know that with 3 yards needed, that when you get Saquon Barkley in here to run the football, and he is the worst running back in the NFL since 2021 on dropping passes, that your head coach, with 3 yards to gain, in his entire Eagles career of 2 games, he has not had 2 carries where he doesn't get you more than 3 yards.
Oh, wait, so we...
So what did he do? You said at the biggest part of a game, you said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to ask him to do something that he sucks at.
Yes.
We're not going to ask him to do something that he's been dominant at. And by the way, he was dominant first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. So, no, we did not know that.
No, how could we have possibly known that Nick Sirianni would make a dumb offensive decision in a football game?
A call of that regard, first of all, came from his offensive coordinator. And then his offensive coordinator has the right, as we've been told, he has to sign off on it. Nick Sirianni, I got to tell you, Kellen Moore, stupid. That's a stupid decision. And then Nick Sirianni not overruling it, even more stupid.
Yeah, well, Kellen Moore's not the head coach for a reason, and he hasn't been a head coach for a reason. And your head coach is asleep at the wheel, which is why Andrew and I didn't want him back, and a lot of people questioned him.
All right, no question. The phone number to climb in, 610-632-0975. Are we overreacting or are we not? Give us one more text. I'm curious to see if there are going to be more people on the side of Colin Cowherd and Connor Thomas. Connor Cowherd.
Connor Cowherd.
I know. We got Billy
Connor
Sirianni middays. We got Connor Cowherd in the mornings.
Connor Cowherd here.
What do we got on the text?
Semi-national, baby. Blaine in Kentucky says, you guys are way overreacting. First off, do you really think that this early in the season you're looking at a situation where Nick Sirianni was going to veto that call by Kellen Moore while they try and build that relationship? It's 2 weeks, guys. Let's not forget they came back from a trip to another country.
I don't care about relationships.
The relationship.
He's the head coach.
Okay.
And by the way, I know there's probably somebody in the car right now that's going to go, come on, guys, the Cowboys lost, the 49ers lost, the Lions lost. This would have been the perfect week to lose. Or it's the perfect week to have won and gone up a game ahead of all these teams.
It is.
So that we can't look back at this loss as a potential reason why something went awry.
I think I like Connor Cowherd. I think I sort of dig that one. Connor, you would just take his per diem.
Coming up next.
Absolutely.
Coming up next, we'll get more of your reaction at 610-632-0975. But I want to react to something. Jalen Hurts manned the locker room after the loss, and no one else did. We'll talk about that. Also, a blurb from the ESPN.com Power Rankings. We're not going through the Power Rankings, John. That's later. But there was a blurb that shook my core. You guys don't even know about it. I didn't even tell you guys about it before the show. I want your live reactions to it, even though Connor's going to say it's okay. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
On Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning. I'm going to read you a blurb coming up, and we're going to get that will shake your core, and we'll get some text messages. But real quick, I want to ask you guys your opinion on this. So after the game, Reed Blankenship, I don't know who he spoke to. I just saw the quote circulating on social media. Those Dove Climans, your boy, and
You mean Tom Brady?
and the ML footballs and all that kind of stuff.
The aggregators.
The aggregators, yeah. So Blankenship apparently told somebody that after the game came to an end, only one person spoke to the team, and it was Jalen Hurts. And I found it interesting. If you heard his press conference, that dude sounded like he was hoarse, right? You know, his voice was shoddy. Now,
I think he sounded sad.
I think part of it was he was screaming a lot during the game, like as excitement. Like when he would get a first down, you could tell that he was, very energetic and very pumped up. And apparently he owned the locker room, which I think is awesome that Jalen Hurts owned the locker room. Are you surprised that Sirianni didn't talk?
No.
Okay. I'm not like this is not. I'm not making a federal case. Of this. I want to have a conversation.
I think it is a deference to trying to. There might be something with the relationship of Jalen Hurts. Talking to people, hearing things that were supposedly combative with that relationship, was that Jalen Hurts may think that Nick Sirianni talks too much.
So it's like a "I got this, coach" moment.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Let me talk to the guys.
And also, hey, Jalen, this is your team.
Correct. And I think this is a collaborative effort between the two of them.
Yeah.
I look at this as a positive. I do. I look at it as a positive and say that maybe Nick Sirianni got the coach. No need for you to come in and do one of your rambling 3-minute speeches where
right.
you just, I got this. Just let the guys breathe.
Here's what Blankenship, here's the quote. We're a player-led team at the end of the day. We know what we did is on us. I don't know what to make of that.
I don't know what to make
I
of it.
do like that Jalen Hurts, we talked about leadership. I like that he was the one that addressed the team.
So do I.
I'm just wondering, is it surprising that Sirianni didn't talk to the team after a loss?
I don't believe it is.
He clearly is going to talk to them this week. So, like, it's, I'm not making some big case of this. I found it interesting. I've never heard that where, especially when it comes to Jalen Hurts, because it hasn't been his team. Now, all of a sudden this year it is, and that's great.
I think they found him exhausting.
Sorry. Yeah, we've all had coaches in our sports career. Now, not at that level, but we've all had coaches that you have a captain of the team stand up and say something, whether it's after practice or a game, and they just say, yeah, well, I can't say it any better than that. Listen to your leader, and that's it. You move on.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really make too much of it. Maybe Hurts said everything Sirianni was thinking. He gets up after and says, yeah, boys, that's what we got to do, and you move on.
I think that's a good step for Hurts.
So do I.
I don't think it's a bad thing. I just don't want to overstate it as like also a good thing. I think it's just a natural thing that happens in locker rooms sometimes after big-time emotional games.
I think it was a positive. I'm going to choose to look at it as
because you
a
know
positive.
where, like, if you have the Negadelphia in mind, every once in a while I can tap into it.
Yeah.
The thought process: why are they not going to listen to Nick? Is that why? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's the reason why. Don't
right,
like,
exactly.
I don't want anyone
It could be.
But
I think that, look.
Again, a week 2 loss allows you to think about a lot of things that happened last year.
Right.
A week 2 loss against the Falcons team that you should have beaten and were beating for 58.5 minutes, right? A week 2 loss like that allows you to say maybe stupid things. But that's not my fault. You guys allowed that to happen by peeing away this opportunity. And immediately I think of, I mentioned, Connor, you were out yesterday. I mentioned the Brian Westbrook thing that he told Bob back in March, like, they better get off to a hot start or you're going to start looking around the room a little bit.
I admire it. I admire it on Jalen's part. I admire it on Nick Sirianni's part.
Okay.
I was surprised, though I definitely was surprised
Hearing that.
But I admire it on both of them because I believe that is completely something that's arranged.
Yeah.
Because the head coach comes in to talk all the time. That's something that was arranged.
Yeah. All right. We'll get to a text message, but I want to read this blurb.
Okay.
That shook me to my core. So ESPN did their power rankings, and we'll do the NFL.com power rankings later on the 8 o'clock hour, the least biased of the power rankings. And each blurb, the question is, who's the most important backup / role player? So not who's the most important star. It's who's the most important backup / role player for each team. So the Eagles coming at number 6. They dropped 5 spots on the power rankings. And the most important backup/role player, according to Tim McManus, is Brandon Graham. And here's the blurb. It's not the fact that it's Brandon Graham. It's what's written. That freaks me out. And I did not tell you guys about this. I want your immediate reactions to it. The 36-year-old Graham has long been a tone setter in the Eagles locker room, serving as a mentor for a few younger players. He continues to make an impact on the field as well. In week 1, he played 32 snaps. More than Nolan Smith and Bryce Huff. Nolan Smith with 31, Huff with 30. Graham plans to retire after the season, but Philadelphia needs one more productive campaign out of him to bolster an edge rush group with some question marks. Quote, I've told him several times he's not on any ceremonial last year retirement parade. Defensive coordinator Vic Fangio said he's going to play. He's still good playing. I'm not saying he's not still good. But when I read the line of Graham plans to retire after the season, but Philadelphia needs one more productive campaign out of him to bolster an edge rush group with some question marks. This coming off of a season when he played how many snaps?
Seriously.
20% of the snaps last year?
20-something%, yeah.
I love Brandon Graham. This is no shot at Brandon Graham. If I'm relying on Brandon Graham, we're in trouble.
I'm surprised.
Year 15, Brandon Graham.
I'm surprised absolutely when you say, like, when Vic Fangio already had to go week 1 to, I don't care about the snaps for Brandon Graham because he's not on a retirement tour.
Yeah. Because he had to play more than Nolan Smith and Bryce Huff because Nolan Smith and Bryce Huff were that bad week 1. And, oh, by the way, they were that bad in week 2. You got
to, he has to find a way, though. He's got to find a way to be getting more out of these guys.
Does that shake your core a little bit? That freaks me out when I read that.
Yeah, it probably should. It should annoy you, too, with the way that they're using Brandon Graham because of the amount of money that they invested in other spots in that position. Like Josh Sweat got a second contract.
Look, you play your best players.
No, I got you.
But the problem is your best player should be Bryce Huff.
Here's what I don't understand, and it's something that's alarming to me. It appears to me that Vic Fangio truly doesn't believe in Bryce Huff.
Who only played, by the way, 32 snaps in week 2. Brandon Graham had 28, so just 4 less for the 36-year-old.
I don't believe, and again, I am not an insider. I am not, and it's one of the questions I want to ask Jeff McClain. I don't believe that Vic Fangio signed off on Bryce Huff.
He may not have.
I think he was given Bryce Huff because he doesn't go out of his way to give him any grace. And by the way, he's earned none.
No, he hasn't.
So I'm not getting on Vic Fangio.
And I like Vic Fangio for his honesty.
I do too. I can't applaud his commentary and then rip him and say you need to speak in code. But it's clear to me Vic Fangio doesn't see what Howie Roseman saw in Bryce Huff.
Well, we don't fully know what Howie Roseman saw in Bryce Huff. Like, we have an idea, but part of that was a forced move at the end of the day. Like, I think they wanted Hassan Reddick back, and they saw what was going to happen with the situation and where he was going as far as getting paid, and you had to do something. So it's not. But
you had to do Bryce Huff?
Well, you didn't have to do Bryce Huff, but it was a move that popped up that I'm sure that Howie Roseman.
It was a positional
But if you don't sign Bryce Huff, then you draft somebody early, so then you don't draft Quinyon Mitchell. And I know we're happy that they have Quinyon Mitchell.
Like it wasn't Howie Roseman went out of his way and he said the number one thing we're going to do this offseason, we need to go get this guy. They were forced into it by a discontented player.
All right, give us a text message, Connor, and then we'll get to some more text messages in the next segment, and also a little story on Jaylen Carter we got to get to. But what's on the text line?
All right, we have a check-in here from Anthony in St. Pete who says, big time overreacting. Without preseason, team needs 3 or 4 games to get, inclinging the coordinators.
So does every team in the NFL.
Every team.
You had an opportunity.
So did the Falcons.
I'm sorry to shut down Anthony. I've told you. I mean, you guys knew from training camp how I was going to react to that. I don't like that excuse.
Every team in the NFL.
I hate that excuse. I think it's. And oh, by the way, then that shouldn't be a thing anymore, right? Football teams should not follow that idea anymore. You even mentioned it. You listened to all the games on Sunday, and multiple color analysts were talking about how maybe they should play in the preseason. So to that point, I disagree with that point. I don't care about that point. Yes, it might be accurate that the teams are not as good in the first 4 weeks of the season, but the first 4 weeks of the season can also put you in front or behind the 8 ball. You could be 2-0 in your conference. Instead, you're 1-1, just like a lot of other teams.
Nothing done in preseason would help the stupidity of the play call in retrospect.
All right, coming up next, we get more text messages. Also, Jaylen Carter, a little story came out about him yesterday. We'll discuss it. I think I'm with you, Johnny, on this one. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
There was a lot to like about Jalen Hurts. I know we keep going back and forth about the turnovers, but there was a lot to like, and he has had a lot of success throughout his career.
He has a lot to say about
On an Adam Schefter Wednesday morning. Shefty joins us at 8 o'clock. Don't forget, at 8 a.m., your next chance to win $1,000 as well with our Kelly Green Cash Contest. So that happens at 8 o'clock. Today's headlines with Connor Thomas at 8:15, and a whole lot more in store for you. By the way, did you see the Jalen Reagor post and what happened afterward?
I did not. Well, was it? Don't tell me Jalen Reagor jumped on this Saquon thing, did he?
No. So Jalen Reagor, there's a meme of it was a Lamborghini.
It's a Bugatti.
It's a Bugatti. Sorry,
Bugatti, baby.
A Bugatti that's parked in a rundown-looking home.
Okay.
And so a lot of people use that meme let's say Joel Embiid was the way that he's playing now, but with the process Sixers. They'd say Joel Embiid with the process Sixers.
Was the Bugatti in front of
He's the Bugatti with the rest of the trash. Right? That's the best way I could try to explain it right away.
Okay, that's interesting.
Jalen Reagor considered himself the Bugatti of the Patriots offense.
What?
He basically put out a post on Instagram just of the photo, right, and a little music bed beneath it. And he basically made the claim, because he's always considered himself better than what he absolutely is, and what he absolutely is trash. He then got released not long after by the New England Patriots.
Oh, my gosh, that's incredible that he did that.
Yeah.
Did he know he was being
That's a
released?
good question. I'm not sure.
He had to know he was being released.
I guess.
Man.
But,
what a dope.
That's a guy that just doesn't realize.
What a dope.
You're not that good, my man. All right. There's a Jaylen Carter story out there that we're going to talk to Jeff McClain about today at 9:05, and we can even bring it up. I know McClain was reported on it. I wonder if Shefty knows much about it. But Jaylen Carter, I didn't notice this, to be completely honest with you, was not on the field to start the game. Now, I'm also, remember, I do the pregame show, so I'm fast-forwarding a lot.
Correct.
Through commercials. I'm trying to catch up as quick as possible.
It wasn't, I've got to tell you that I did not, I guess the plays that he was in, that he was not in for, series not in for, I missed it because I was like, when I looked out and I went back and looked at my notes, I was like, where's Jaylen Carter? But I hadn't realized that Jaylen Carter hadn't played.
Yeah, the where was the sideline.
He did not play a snap in that first series.
So he was disciplined because he missed, what was it, a team event?
A team event.
So not a
is how it was
practice,
described.
Maybe, but a team event. You texted us something. I want you to tell us what you texted us, and I'm going to tell you right now, I agree with you.
I'm going to look at it as this is an absolute nothing burger. I have never heard. Now, it's not a nothing burger. Anybody can be late. Mm-hmm. Anybody can be late. Anybody can have that happen to them. But to me, Jaylen Carter has had zero issues as far as being a productive citizen here, not causing problems. The members of the organization have spoken about it.
I've seen him attend schools all across the city.
I mean, Jaylen Carter has been a upstanding citizen. So to me, I say nothing.
And I know there's a lot of people that look at that story and immediately think about what happened in Georgia, and they wonder if this is some sort of problem.
Which again, people, I will just tell you, know very little about.
Right.
The amount I've heard that story discussed here, I've yet to hear many people that discuss it with now. There's so many people who think that have told me, Jaylen Carter, he was drag racing and then they went off the road and everything like that. That's not how it happened at all.
Okay.
That is not at all. So to me, Jaylen Carter wasn't even within a mile of where the accident happened. So to me, I look at it as nothing burger.
Yeah,
if it happens again, by the way,
of course,
if it happens again, right. I am totally on board with. And by the way, I'm on board with the Eagles making a decision to discipline him. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, to say to somebody, it's not okay to.
Yeah, because you want to
set a standard.
Set a standard.
It's
exactly.
not. It is not.
As Jalen Hurts would say, the standard's the standard.
It's not okay to. It's not okay. Look, you and I tend to be people that are like that as far as really worried about being on time.
Yeah.
And really worried about it. Some people like to cut it close. Don't like to sit around and wait for things. Sometimes you cut it too close and it screws you.
Yeah, and it's not. So to me, it's not a full nothing burger. Maybe it's like 2 buns with a piece of lettuce in there. There's
that's a nothing burger because there's no burger.
There's a little something to it, and the only thing that I'm thinking of, it has nothing to do with Jaylen Carter as the individual, right?
Okay.
I think how that some people are going to look at it.
Sure.
My thing is more last year, we know that this team completely and utterly collapsed. And now he did this before losing the game. So it's not like, oh, well, they lost the game and now people aren't showing up for meetings and stuff like that. I'm just interested in the structure of the team more than I normally would because of all the questions we had about last year. So it's something I'll have an eye on. But you're absolutely right. Like, this in and of itself is not a problem.
Oh, we can ask Jeff McClain about that
Sure.
coming up at 9:05. All right, give us a text message, Connor, that's been coming in on our topics. Are we overreacting to the Week 2 loss? Colin Cowherd, we'll play the audio again later on the show. He thinks that we're crazy for how we're reacting. I think he's crazy to try to tell us that we're crazy when he's on the outside.
All right, so we have a check-in from Ron in Allentown who says it's just one loss for sure, but it was also game 2 and could be seen as totally representative of the last 6 games of last year. The bigger problem is we haven't gotten far enough away from last year's collapse to believe this isn't a continuation.
Yeah,
Who was that again? In
Ron in
Allentown?
Allentown.
Ron.
Ron's a smart guy.
Yes.
That I would have sent that text.
Because you're a smart guy?
No, I mean, I'm just saying I think that's a smart way to look at it because it still acknowledges the gravity of it but doesn't overreact to it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Week 2, I know Brendan put out the tweet of my quote. Week 2 allows you to question those things again. I'm not there. All right? I'm not saying they're going to collapse. I'm not saying all this kind of stuff's going to happen. I'm not going to say that this is going to carry over and now
But
they're
you're
going to
not
lose the
saying
next
it's all okay either,
No,
which is smart.
You can't ignore what happened last year now. You can't because it happened in Week 2 already. Poor decisions down the stretch and question marks to the head coach. Immediately. It didn't take long. We're still in September. All right, coming up next, your next chance to win $1,000 and Adam Schefter. Listen to him's worth $1,000 in itself. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Harper hits another homer. I'm Connor Thomas.
it. And there's 3 ways to do so, Johnny. You can enter at 975thefanatic.com via the Fanatic app or text it to 45911, the keyword hi. I feel personally attacked.
Blueberry is my favorite.
One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. No, hi.
Oh, hi?
H-I-G-H.
Well, then they certainly picked the right show to use that word on.
Complete rules at 975thefanatic.com. One winner will be called from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. It's all sponsored by Rand Spear, the accident lawyer.
This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8 a.m. on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning. It's raining out there, so I hope you have a safe drive into work, Johnny.
I think that was a good thing to do.
Finally, I remember to say, have a safe drive into work today. I hope
love
you have
seeing
a
the rain, though.
fantastic Wednesday. Yeah, the rain's good.
We need rain.
We needed it, man. We also needed an Eagles win in week 2, and I didn't get that, and it was ripped from my hands.
And we had a man dressed as a mummer.
Yes, he looked great in it. I got to say, it suited him well. He joins us on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. He's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. The mummer himself, Adam Schefter, joins us. Shefty, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
Hey, you look great. Which one did you prefer, that one or the Kirk Cousins get-up from last year when you rocked all the chains?
That was I think that was 2022.
Oh, it was 2 years ago. Okay, which one did you prefer?
Yeah. They both were interesting. You know, listen, I can honestly say the Cousins one, I pitched for RG3 to do after he did the highlight, the Come On Man of Kirk Cousins. We were doing Come On Man. She was doing Kirk Cousins taking off his shirt, the chains, and I'm like, Robert, you got to take your shirt off after, and we got to come out to you with your shirt off. And he's like, my wife will be against it. And I'm like, it'd be so good, if you did that. And then we got in the car, and my producer at the time, Matt Garrett's like, oh, would you do it? I'm like, I guess. Yeah, okay. And we did it, and I remember being on the field, and first of all, you take your shirt off in the Superdome, and it's cold there.
Right.
That's the first thing. The second thing was there was a marching band on the field, and I noticed that as soon as I took my shirt off, I guess everybody was so mortified. The entire band was looking over. The entire band was looking over me, and I go, okay, this has gotten the attention of a group of people. And when I got back to my phone that night, there were like 30. I took it off. I got my phone back about 60 seconds after I was on TV, and there were about 30 texts from random people across the NFL, like some serious coaches and GMs, like were cracking up on the couch. This one was not like that. I think that, people. I think some people tuned in later and they saw me doing news updates in the Mummers app, and they had no idea what the hell was going on.
Right.
They didn't realize that it was connected to Jason Kelce. It was all in honor of Jason Kelce, a tribute to Jason Kelce. And in this particular case, one of my producers suggested that I do it about a month ago. I'm like, if you want me to do it, I will. No problem. You let me know. And one of the other production coordinators was able to procure the outfit from one of the shops in Philly and put it on and walked out, and there were a lot of heads turning as I was walking out to the field. And in fact, one of the very first people I saw as I walked onto the field was Kirk Cousins, and he's like, "What are you doing?" And so obviously it was just designed to honor our teammate Jason Kelce on his return to Philadelphia.
I would tell you that the question is, what are you doing, that Kirk Cousins asked you, is exactly what I would love to ask is, how do you make the decision that they made, third down, after a timeout? Falcons have no timeouts.
Yeah.
Make the decision to put the ball at risk when all they had to do was run the football. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, I think if they had run the football, I think Atlanta still would have gotten back the ball with a little bit of time.
Would have been like 57 seconds left.
Right? Okay. So I think that obviously Nick felt like he was going for the kill shot there. And if Saquon simply catches it, it's over the game. And he did. And again, to me, you run the football. And it's very easy to get on Nick Sirianni. And I'm not saying it's wrong. But football, it's one of the reasons that I believe this sport's as popular as it is. You've got a situation where basically the coach, whatever the coach decides, if it works, he's brilliant and bold and daring. And if it doesn't, he's an idiot. And it's that simple. Okay? The percentages were he should have run. Okay? So on the surface, he did not make the right call. And by the way, like, he's done that before. That's been his DNA. If you remember the Jet game, I believe it was week 5 last year, he threw the ball in a similar spot. So that's who he is, and that's what he does. And sometimes it works. Like,
then why not go for it on that? You see, now here's what I understand.
Right.
Then why not go for it on 4th down then?
Well, how about this? I'll go back earlier. I remember the game started, and I know that all these coaches are into all these analytics, and I'm old school to a certain extent. But they got down there to the 5-6 yard line to open the game and went for it on 4th down, maybe the 3 yard line.
That was the second possession they did that, and they didn't kick the field goal.
Right, and it was 0-0 at the time, correct?
Yes.
Right. I'm in favor of getting on the board first, especially at home. I don't care that it's a field. But again, it's easy in hindsight to say these things. Now, if they had gone for it on the second possession of the game and scored, we would have been like, Nick Sirianni, so bold, so daring, goes for it. What a great coach. Like, my favorite example of this of all time is Sean Payton in the Super Bowl. In the second half, he opens it up with an onside kick.
Right. Sure.
They get it. They win the Super Bowl. It changed the trajectory of his career. Okay? From that point on, he's a brilliant coach who will do anything. He's got a Super Bowl on his resume. What a great coach. If he does that and Indianapolis recovers, he is criticized and ripped for his remaining years as a coach. That's the idiot who decided to try the onside kick in the Super Bowl foolishly and didn't get it done.
But Schefter, here's my biggest problem with the Sirianni stuff. It seems like, and we talked about this yesterday on the show, it seems like he's almost having like an identity crisis. You know, if John Harbaugh scores a touchdown, go for 2. Right? Like, you know what John Harbaugh is going to do every single game. There's no questioning it. You know that Doug Peterson, when he was the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, 4th and 4, 4th and 6, 4th and 8, he's going for it. Nick Sirianni, one drive he wants to be aggressive. The next drive he doesn't want to listen to the analytics. Like, it almost seems like he's questioning his own morals. And that started in the Super Bowl 2 years ago when he was aggressive all year. And then in the biggest game of the year, he went against what he did all season that got him to that point.
Yeah, right. You got to make up your mind who you are and be that guy. And I get that. That's fair. I still come back to my point being the right one, that you are as smart as you are if it works, and you're as much of a moron as you are if it doesn't. And it's that simple. It's that simple.
By the way, one of our listeners was taking a tab yesterday between Fox and ESPN. 15 ex-NFL players, 13 disagreed with even ever risking it there and throwing it. And 2 said, yeah, I see the excitement in it. I just don't.
No, listen. I think everybody could agree the right call is to
run the ball.
Is to run the football. That's the right call.
Yeah, and I don't understand. I don't understand how you let that slip away, and it just doesn't. Especially when you refused a penalty earlier to make them have an extra down, so that you could manipulate clock. What Nick Sirianni does strategy-wise, I got to tell you, Adam, I wouldn't trust him in a game of Candyland. I wouldn't.
Yep. I got it. By the way, the Phillies special. That's an example of being aggressive as well, right?
Yeah, but Doug did it all year.
Yeah, but Doug, that was his MO consistently.
Yeah.
And that was my problem with Sirianni, was that it seems like one drive he wants to be aggressive and listen to analytics, the next drive he doesn't. We're speaking to Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline. Schefty, so a lot of people after yesterday, and I get it, the day after a game is an emotional day for a lot of people, especially if it's a loss. But a lot of people started bringing up last season again. And you and I have had this conversation. We have moved on. It is 2024. But is it fair for people in a Week 2 disappointing loss to immediately start questioning, are there issues from last year carrying over? I would like you to address the people that are doing that.
Well, I wouldn't expect anybody but you to ask that question, Andrew.
Thank you. I take that as an honor.
Listen, I think there are scars from last year, inevitably, that are there on the body of the 2024 Eagles. There are scars. Do I think that impacts their performance on I don't. But, I mean, it's in the background. It hangs out there. You start worrying, is this team going to start performing? But it's a different team. It is a different team. They've made a number of changes. We've talked all about the additions of the coordinators and the different personnel. So they've done things different. It's not the same team. It's just not. Now, everybody's so haunted by last year, and rightfully so, that you start wondering that. That's natural, I guess. But I don't believe that last year is a part of this year. I don't.
Do you know of any general manager who was ever allowed to hire 4 coaches? I can't think of one in the history of the NFL.
Tom Telesco with the Chargers.
He got to hire 4 different coaches.
I'm just
trying to think. Mike
Tannenbaum. You're asking me off the top of my head, and I guarantee it's happened.
Okay,
it's happened.
Okay, has it happened? Has it happened with a good organization?
I'd have to go back and get the list.
I'd like to know, and seriously, I would be interested in knowing, because to me, is that I put as much of any questions people have about this Eagles defense, I put it at the door of Howie Roseman, who picked all the talent, who spent the money on all the free agent talent, who was aggressive in the draft. And I agreed with a lot of the moves. So I'm not saying like I'm some expert and he's an idiot. But these moves fall. What Vic Fangio is trying to do, make chicken salad out of chicken, is a lot of times based on the fact of the decisions that his general manager made.
But we've said this. We've said that the defense had holes. We said it wasn't a perfect defense. We said there were issues with this unit. We knew that. We're 2 games in. And you wouldn't be saying that if Saquon caught the ball, John.
Oh, no. We would be talking about the defense. We would be talking about how the defense. This team has no pass rush, Adam. That would have been the headline, not the Saquon pass, as you're correct on that.
Okay, that's fair.
We would have been all over. This pass rush is an embarrassment. This lack of pass rush is an embarrassment. The lack of development early on from the Georgia players is an embarrassment right now. So, I mean, these are the stories that people are talking about here today.
But again, to our point, they get accentuated and highlighted when you don't win.
Yep.
So when you don't win, that's what is now going to carry you through the week on this show, and going to be an issue for this team on Sunday against the tough New Orleans Saints team that we didn't think was going to be as tough as they are, but they're much tougher in large part, I think, due to the hiring of offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak straight from the Shanahan tree. He's done a great job. I mean, they're putting up record numbers right now, which is unbelievable to think about. But you would think, you would like to hope as an Eagles fan that the defense will get better as the season goes on. They'll improve. And if they don't, then you guys have a lot to talk about. All season long.
We sure do. It's an easy week already. It's already Wednesday, Shefty. Last thing before we let you go, and we appreciate your time as always. Curious to get your opinion, and then the people that you talk to on a daily basis, what they have said about the offenses through the first 2 weeks of the NFL. I saw a number yesterday where there were 69 passing touchdowns through the first 2 weeks league-wide, whereas a couple of years ago, it was around 110. So it's basically been cut in half. Clearly, offenses are a little slower out of the gate this season, and they were slow last year as well. What do people make of that around the NFL?
Well, last weekend, I believe there were more field goals last weekend than there ever were on a single weekend in NFL history last weekend.
Wow.
And we're seeing more field goals, fewer touchdown passes. And, again, I've got a few theories for this. My number one theory would be that there are more and more teams that have basically punted on the preseason, that say we're not going to play our regulars, we don't care about rust early on, we're not getting our key guys hurt. I think that's number one. So, in essence, week 1 becomes preseason. Week 2 almost is like the final week of the preseason. And week 3 should be when the numbers are different. Now, if the touchdowns don't go up this weekend, I'd be very surprised and curious, but certainly possible. I think that's one of the factors as to why, that's the biggest factor as to why touchdowns are down and field goals are up, because offenses are rusty. Everybody's rusty right now, and they're working out the kinks. I think another reason is we have had more young quarterbacks start the season than ever before. I think 24 of the 32 quarterbacks were all under the age of 30. It had been the highest number ever. And I think that you're seeing right away, the Bears turned to Caleb Williams, and the Commanders turned to Jaden Daniels, and the Broncos turned to Bo Nix. And young quarterbacks, usually, even C.J. Stroud, as great as he was last year, are not going to hit the ground running. It's just not going to happen. So we've got 3 rookie quarterbacks starting, a high number of young quarterbacks in general, when nobody plays in the preseason. Like, Jaden Daniels played 1 series against the Jets, and they benched him the rest of the preseason.
Yeah.
I remember when I covered the Broncos, the preseason formula was always the same. John Elway would play the first series or 2 of the first preseason game. He'd play a half of the second preseason game, maybe a quarter. And then the third preseason game, he'd play a half. The fourth one, he wouldn't play at all. There were 4 preseason games. The players got work in 3 of them. And then on opening day, they were ready to rock and roll. Not the way it happens anymore.
All right.
So, those are my theories.
Schefter, you're the man. We appreciate it as always. We can't wait to talk to you next week. And we're looking forward to see what you're wearing next Monday night. It won't be as incredible as the Mummers costume that you had this past Monday, but we'll be paying attention.
2 things. I will not have a Mummers costume on, and I will have my shirt on. And my last point of the day, it's raining in Philly. Drive safely to work.
Damn right. There it is,
Good
Shefty.
job.
Thanks, man. We appreciate it. There he is, Adam Schefter. Yes, it does. It hits even more. That means he's telling us that it's raining. Like his sources are telling us that it's raining.
He didn't tweet that out, but he meant it.
He was brought to us by Atlantis Block, your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise, online at atlantisbc.com. All right, it is time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What up, Connor?
Hello, boys. We have a little bit of marriage counseling that we need to do here to start off today's headlines.
Really?
I don't know if you saw this from Diana Rossini, but she had some comments after the Eagles loss on Monday night about the way that her husband was reacting to the loss and the way that was affecting their family dynamic. Go ahead and take a listen to what Diana had to say.
And my husband said 2 words to me. He's an Eagles fan. And I'm like, this can't be a thing. Like, I don't want to be the household that is shaped by the result of a football game. Like, A, grow up. B, you're a father. I don't want our children having a culture where mommy and daddy's tone in this house is based on the result of the Philadelphia Eagles. Who cares? So stupid.
I know you agree vehemently.
No, I agree, but I disagree completely on Diana Rossini, who I respect the hell out of. I would never throw my wife under the bus publicly for anything.
Right.
And
okay.
my wife would never throw me under the bus publicly for anything. That's bad spouse behavior. That is bad spouse behavior.
He probably knew it was coming.
They
probably maybe they talked it out.
Guess what? I may be an idiot behind the scenes. Yeah, I'm an idiot every day in here. But my wife will never utter the words. She'll utter the words to me,
right,
or something.
But not to somebody else.
I think that is toxic spouse behavior.
Oh, it's not toxic.
No, I do. Hey, half the people who get married get divorced, Andrew. Okay. I'm going to tell you, sometimes it's because of the fact you got people that are very toxic in how they throw their spouses under the bus publicly. They talk bad. It's girls' night out. It's guys' night out.
Right.
They trash their spouses. I don't like the behavior. But your household should never be adjusted by a sporting event.
No, and look, I'm not like that. I get angry talking about it because we have to.
Right.
And so when the Eagles lose and I have to talk about it, sometimes I get angry, but I don't take it home. But I will say this. I love him to death, man. Coop doesn't know. I got home yesterday. He's singing Fly, Eagles, Fly. And I'm like, not today, buddy.
Yeah, don't do
that's
it.
terrible.
As much as that makes my heart melt. No, I didn't tell him no because I don't want him to stop. I want him to shut up, kid. But I'm sitting there in my mind going, oh, this hurts, man. It hurts hearing that today.
Yeah, I don't know. I take losses home. I take them to work. I take them everywhere, man.
I know you do.
I
don't.
I'm going to be pissed
can't.
off if the Eagles lose.
Like if the Eagles lose,
I can't let an Eagles loss.
Like I'll be honest, like 1 o'clock. Let's say they lose Sunday against the Saints from 4 to 4:30. I'm going to be in a mood.
I'll be pissed from whenever they fall behind to the end.
But like come 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock,
Nah, I can't.
I'd probably move on a little bit.
Can't do it.
Nah,
Until I got to talk about it the next day, and I'll be pissed off about it. All right, coming up next. Great job, Connor. We appreciate it.
No
we
problem.
have our second opinion segment. So some things that we caught that we didn't really talk about yesterday. Our chance to have our second opinion on it from the Eagles game Monday night against the Atlanta Falcons. We'll also get to your text messages. You can text in. You can call in at 610-632-0975. We appreciate Adam Schefter. I know that will be podcasted and on our YouTube page immediately. Jeff McClain joins us to continue the Eagles conversation at 9:05. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. 9:50. Jeff McClain joins us at 9:05. We got your text messages all show long. We'll play the Colin Cowherd audio again at some point. He's basically telling us to stop overreacting. Are you in agreement with Colin Cowherd? Are we overreacting? Yes or no? 610-632-0975 is the number to call in and the number to text. And we still have to get into this Phillies thing some more because you said you don't want the top seed. And I totally get why you're saying it. But if I shouldn't worry about other teams. Honestly, if the Phillies lose, if the Phillies lose in the first round, no matter who the opponent is, that's on them.
Oh, it would be, yes.
It's
it would
totally on them. So we'll talk about that more as the show goes on as well. But we do this 2 days after every game, normally on a Tuesday, but the Eagles played Monday night. It is time now for our second opinion.
You might not always agree with what you hear. Sometimes you need a second opinion. Brought to you by the consultants in medical oncology and hematology.
So this is our chance to think more about something we said yesterday or something that we didn't really talk about much at all. So it's our chance to basically give a second opinion or now that we slept on it or something that we may have missed on a day where we were yelling and screaming about a 3rd and 3 play call late in the game. And I'll give you one thing that bothers me today more than it did yesterday because so much of it was made about that 3rd and 3 play call. You touched on it. You talked about the role of Britton Covey in the offense Monday night, where he comes away with the second most receptions on the team, 6 catches for 23 yards. Here's my problem, dude. 1 catch for Jahan Dotson. So the Eagles traded for Jahan Dotson, and I thought it was a good move to make. And I get it. It was late in training camp, so he's probably not totally instilled in the offense just yet. But this isn't a damning stat for Jahan Dotson. This is all Kellen Moore, dude. You lost A.J. Brown, but you still have a former first-round pick in Jahan Dotson who does have ability. It's not like he's a bust. He has ability. It's just he was falling out of favor with the Commanders. A new team, new ownership group, new head coach, new offensive scheme, new everything. They're also rebuilding, so they probably wanted to acquire draft picks, which is exactly what happened in that trade. 1 catch, you couldn't have designed plays where he was the read. You designed plays where Britton Covey, I'm sorry. I know he's a nice little story and the punt returns and the kick returns. I get he's a good story. There is no way in freaking hell Britton Covey should be your focal point on 2 different red zone possessions. 2 times in the game you ran a bubble screen to Britton Covey, put it in the hands of a former first-round pick. What are you doing, Kellen?
Watch the All-22.
God.
And if you are telling me that Dallas Goedert is an impact tight end, at least playing like it right now, you're lying or you don't understand. He was not wide open. He was not open. Now, either were they not scheming him open? I don't buy that. Do they not want to throw to Dallas Goedert? No, I don't buy that either. Dallas Goedert wasn't getting separation. You couldn't have stuck a piece of 8.5 by 11 paper between him and who was covering him most of the time. Dallas Goedert was plodding around the field and at times, to me, looked disindistracted.
So did you see the play?
Yes, and I did. And by the way, I saw 2 others
all right,
that were like it.
So
where he looked disinterested.
I talked about this yesterday, and you were out sick. So there was a play where they threw a pass to Britton Covey. It may have been a quick read. That may have been like the play. I don't know, which is why I can't go on here and make some claim that Dallas Goedert doesn't care. But on that play, Dallas Goedert walked. He wasn't blocking. He wasn't he literally just...
No, he walked.
It was as if they were doing a 7-on-7 walkthrough drill. And I'm going, whoa, what's that? And then I immediately think of, again, this is what a week 2 loss does for me, or for a lot of people. It brings back bad memories. Remember last year, Dallas Goedert and Jalen Hurts got into it a little bit on the sideline?
Yeah.
Why is he walking on a route in a game?
By the way, he did it. It wasn't the only route he did that on.
All right, so I'm glad that you saw more
I looked for it. And I would say this. I am much more concerned about Jordan Davis than I am Jaylen Carter after watching the 22.
Yeah.
Because the respect the opposition is giving to Jaylen Carter, you got to beat double teams.
Yeah.
He's going to have to learn to beat them. I didn't see Jordan Davis making an impact in matchups he should win.
I told you now.
I have a red alarm.
Offensive coordinator has it easy. Double team Jaylen Carter. one-on-one with my tackles until Bryce
That's what
Huff,
it is.
Josh Sweat, or Nolan Smith beat you. You're going one-on-one. And then you can go one-on-one with Jordan Davis because he's not rushing a passer.
There it is.
He might be good against the run. He's not rushing a passer.
No,
it's
he
an
doesn't.
easy formula right now
He
if
was
you're an
a
offensive coordinator.
non-factor.
That could change. Vic Fangio could figure something out. But right now, until it gets beaten, that's my formula to go against the Eagles' defensive front.
Yeah, through 2 weeks, it's working. Something else that I'm looking at defensively that I didn't think about as much in the aftermath. The aftermath was Saquon Barkley. It was Nick Sirianni. It was just figuring out how you're going to make those play calls at the end of the game with Kellen Moore. But I look back and I see the names at the top of the wide receiver stat line for the Atlanta Falcons. Darnell Mooney, Drake London, Ray McLeod. That's not the Texans with like Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs and tag that. Like, that's an okay wide receiver room that looks pretty darn open against this Eagles secondary. Part of that's the pass rush, but a guy I'm going to point out, Slay got beat bad on a route. And if we're starting to see like a significant age regression from Darius Slay this year, that's going to be something I keep an eye on. I'm not overly worried about it, but he's a guy who my eyes are going to be on against the New Orleans Saints.
I don't think he had as bad of a game as people are making it out to be. I think people don't like Darius Slay.
I think it's Darius Slay did not have a bad.
He gave up the touchdown. He got beat. It was a great move to the point where Darius Slay even like dapped him up after the game and said good route. And people, of course, don't like that either.
I don't care about that.
Like, dude, they just went to battle. All right, and Darius Slay didn't have a bad game. He
did not have a bad game.
It's just like the Super Bowl. People say that he had a bad Super Bowl. No, he had a bad play when the Chiefs scored a touchdown.
Right. But my issue is, it's all due respect, it's Drake London. It's not Justin Jefferson. It's not.
You know who in the secondary I have more of a problem with after last week?
Who's that?
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was not good. He had a hell of a tackle.
He wasn't good.
Great tackle. Could have been the biggest moment of the game for all we know. It wasn't. Other than that, he was really bad. Like, bad.
No, he was bad.
He was bad, and I don't think he's a bad player. Right? See, that's where people, it goes back to our you like, don't like. People don't like Darius Slay, so if he gives up a touchdown, he sucks. People like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, so it's okay. He had a bad game, and it's okay to call that out. All right, there's your second opinion.
And I love the folks at CMOH. They are amazing. Go to CMOH.org. If you get a cancer diagnosis, just trust them. They do a great job. They help give me my life back. Consultants in medical hematology. They are absolutely fantastic.
All right, coming up next, we check out the text line and also, Johnny, the NFL.com power rankings, Johnny. One of my favorite things.
I like the fact that the only thing I like about this segment is that you choose the best one.
Yeah. I choose the least biased because, ESPN, Fox, CBS, they got their Cowboys bias. What does the NFL.com power rankings say? And by the way, I don't look at them until the segment. So I have no idea what they're going to say about the Eagles. So we'll find out coming up next. Where does NFL.com believe the Eagles are? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. .48 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Coming up at 9:05, Jeff McClain of the Inquirer, Inquirer.com will be joining us to react to the Eagles' Week 2 loss. And he had the story on Jaylen Carter, so maybe we can get a little bit more information. Because I read his story during one of the commercial breaks. He doesn't really expand much on it. Just said he missed something team-related.
Yeah.
And that's why he but I wonder, as you said, maybe they're trying to set some sort of culture, set a standard, and I'll be curious to get some information.
And I've got
Jeff
no
from
problem of him getting disciplined if it's...
No.
That sounds really very punitive, though, so I'm anxious to see if there's any more detail.
Yeah, so we'll talk to Jeff coming up at 9:05. All right, what do we have on the text line? And we'll get to the phones as well at 610-632-0975, and then we'll do our quick run-through of the NFL.com power rankings.
All right, we have a text in here. Coach Skip from North Philly says, relax, guys. It's week 2, not 12. We are 1-1. Most people didn't have us winning against Green Bay. A lot of blame to go around. The team learned a lesson early and will be better from it. We have to go get a pass rusher, though.
That's such a coach. What was it, Coach who?
Coach Skip.
That was such a coach speak. You know, we can learn from this.
Here's the problem, is that last year, I was inundated, knocked over the head with this for months.
How many times were they going to learn from what they were struggling with?
Like last year, oh my gosh, they're 6-1. Oh my God, they're 8-1, and you guys are complaining. I can't do it again. No, I'm not. This team doesn't get that level of grace.
And to coach, like, you know, especially if, I don't know what coach he is. He might be coach of basketball for all I know.
Sure,
but if he's a coach of football, he knows that every win matters.
Yeah. No,
and when you have the opportunity to be 2-0, and look,
you can't lose in that fashion.
No.
When the NFL's lead play-by-play man says he's been doing the job for more than 3 decades, and he's never seen a team lose a game making those kind of decisions and doing that. It matters.
And
it matters.
Look, this is a conversation I love having, the whole preseason and training camp and all that kind of stuff. And we're not going to focus on it today, but maybe we play some of it tomorrow from Schefter. His reasonings why maybe offenses are down right now, right? And it's probably because of the lack of preseason, lack of training camp. The Bengals and Ravens are both lucky they're both 0-2. Well, one of those teams could be 2-0. Imagine if the Ravens are 2-0 and the Bengals are 0-2. They're going, damn, we're 2 games back. 2 games is a lot in the NFL. If the Eagles were 2-0 and teams like the Cowboys and Niners who are banged up and the Lions are 1-1, you have the leg up.
Yeah,
you have the leg up early on. And you let them have an even playing field with you because of poor decisions toward the end. And I'm not going – I know it's only week 2 and it's only 1 game.
And if you were saying season's over –
no,
this team's
I'm not saying season.
Then I would absolutely say you're not overreacting to be able to be critical of
every
what we've
game
seen.
matters in the NFL, especially games.
And this team, with the almost the entire roster that we saw last year go through this stuff, it's different. They don't get grace.
Here's where I'll contend that. Because what we saw last year was how they reacted to adversity, right? They were 10-1, and I know that there were issues with the team, and it would be silly to overlook those. Anyone who was saying, oh, this is a great team, was missing some stuff. But where it really became a problem is when they had the first major chip in the armor, everything collapsed. What I'll do is I'll be looking at this team critically in week 3 to see how they react to it this time around, but this loss is not a guarantee of like, oh, well, last year's problem still exists.
But I'm
now,
not
if they
even doing the last year thing necessarily, but it opened up the question, opened up the door to question.
I understand.
I'm focused on this year. Schefter thinks I was asking the question like for my own behalf. I was talking for a lot of people because I think a lot of people are pointing to last year already. Sure. I'm just pointing out to the sure fact, every year it comes down to a game or two, whether it's division or conference 1 seed, 2 seed. Every year, nobody goes. The only one time with the Patriots in our lifetime, Connor, we saw an undefeated season, right? Usually comes down to 1 or 2 games. And you had an opportunity in week 2 to win a football game, despite it not being pretty, and you peed it away. All right, NFL.com power rankings. You got any football music there for me, Connor?
Yeah, I can get you.
All right, please. So, dead last, no surprise, the Carolina Panthers. I'm not going to really focus on the entire slate, but the New York Giants are second to last. So, the division will stink. To Colin Cowherd's point, the Eagles should pick up wins against some of their divisional opponents. The New York Giants coming at 31 and the Commanders coming at 28 despite their win. But who did they beat? the New York Giants.
Yeah, the Giants are terrible.
So the division's pretty bad. The Rams drop 11 spots to 25. 0-2, they get embarrassed by the Cardinals. This is a team that a lot of people started picking to win that division. And now they're banged up with Nakua and Cooper Kupp out. So who knows how far back the Rams can fall in their division. They're lucky that the 49ers won. And oh, by the way, this goes back to my preseason point. If the Niners played a preseason or tried in training camp, they might be 2-0. But they're 1-1 because they lost to the Vikings. The Chicago Bears are at 21. Of course, rookie quarterback Caleb Williams not looking all that great. The reason why I say the Bears, because the team ahead of them is the Atlanta Falcons. They climb up 3 spots to number 20. Dolphins drop 8 spots. That's another big one. No surprise there. Tua is going to miss some time, too, so they're probably going to lose some games. The Bengals drop 6 spots. I think that's unfair. They lost to a good Chiefs team.
They did.
6 spots, and, the Vikings jumped them. I'm still putting money on the Bengals to do more than the Vikings this year. Yes? No?
Yes.
Yeah, the
Absolutely.
Vikings. And the Vikings coming at number 15, Steelers 14, Jets 13, Bucks at 12. Be curious to see how high they climb as they continue, because they started at 20, I think, this year. The Cowboys, so now your final division team other than the Eagles, the Cowboys are at number 11. They dropped 3 spots.
Cowboys are ranked ahead of the Bucks.
Yes.
Wow. That's a bad list. It's a bad list.
Well, they might think the Cowboys are still the better team just because they lost.
I thought it's evaluating a team after 2 weeks. They're not better than them in the last 2 weeks. Not at all. Not at all.
Well,
you get blown out at home? You're down by 3 scores most of the day?
The Vikings, I'll just go back to what I said. The Vikings are 2-0. The Bengals are 0-2. I still think the Bengals
no, I
are
got
the better
you, but you're
team.
talking about Cowboys being way too high up. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers went into Detroit and won a game on the road.
All right, so the Cowboys just outside the top 10. They're at 11. Your top 10, Packers, Ravens at 9, Saints at 8. They climb up 16 spots. Chargers at 7, your Eagles at 6. I'll read you what they said coming up next, and I'll tell you who the top 5 are. Again, don't forget Jeff McClain coming your way at 9:05. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Bills closing in on the division title. I'm Connor Thomas. This update.
It is 9:01 here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I hope you had a safe driving to work today, and I hope your day is freaking amazing. Jeff McClain joins us coming up at 9:05 to talk about the Eagles' Week 2 loss and to talk about the Jaylen Carter story as well, as he did not start Monday night because he was disciplined for being late to a team function. We don't know what that function is, and we don't know, maybe the Eagles are trying to set a certain standard. So we'll get some more information on that from Jeff coming up. I ran out of time because we had to hit the break. Your top 5 in the NFL.com power rankings, the Lions at 5, despite losing, but the Eagles lost. So
at home, yeah.
Also at home, Eagles losing. Bills climb up to 4. The Texans climb up to 3. The Niners are at 2, and the Chiefs are at 1.
The Niners are at 2?
Yeah,
that's a terrible list today. That is a terrible list that honestly shouldn't have seen the time of day.
But who would you put ahead of the Niners is my question.
The Niners can't be number 2 after losing like that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, this is what we think these teams are, not what they've done. I want to see a power rankings that is about we've eyeballed teams for 2 weeks. Let's grade them on what they've done. That's ridiculous.
Well, then you would put all the 2-0 teams at
No, I wouldn't. No. Because there's some 2-0 teams. You could have a 1-1 team that didn't play that poorly.
Okay.
You could have there's no way. The Lions got skunked at home.
They did.
They got dominated at home, and then the team that beat them, that went in and beat them, is way behind them.
Well, then I'd be curious. Like,
That's
would you put the Saints in the top 5 because they've had?
Yes, the Saints should be, because you're basing it on 2 games. You're not basing it on, well, here's what we think these teams were going to be before the year. The power rankings should be like you're getting grades at school.
But it's what these teams could be long term as well.
See, I don't buy that. That's a
like if the Niners play
power rankings. We've seen what they are, but we think they might be good. I think it should be ranked on what they've done.
But I would still say if the Niners play the Saints right now, I'd take the Niners.
Okay, you might. I might not this week. I wouldn't. Not this week, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Not with who they're missing. And you can put in there and go, yeah, with injuries and everything like that. I mean, man, I don't like that one.
By the way, here's what they wrote about the Eagles, who are 6th. They dropped 2 spots. Everything appeared poised for a get-right finish on Monday night with Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, and Devontae Smith doing enough without A.J. Brown, who said he'll be out a few weeks. And then Barkley dropped a wide-open third-down pass that could have iced the game. Was it the best odds call throwing the ball in that spot? I may have run it twice with Hurts and kept the clock rolling.
How about running it twice with your running back who hasn't been stopped?
Yep. And then he adds, but Barkley simply must make that catch, which is true. Hurts' heroic night goes down as a loss. He showed emotion. He took over at times with his legs. There were clutch on-schedule throws most of the evening, but Hurts' final desperation ball was picked in the waning seconds, and Lincoln Financial Field, as you talked about, John, was church quiet.
It was church quiet.
Philadelphia's defense generally needs to clean things up, tackling run fits, penalty wipings out of negative plays. The late 4th down stop was encouraging, but the lack of pressure or coverage on Atlanta's final possession when the Falcons marched 70 yards in just over a minute for the game-winning touchdown was wild. I don't have any exception with what was written there. Jalen Hurts was heroic most of that night. And I still don't understand the people that are critical of him. That was a bad throw at the end. But other than that, man, I thought he had a great game.
I really did. Well, yeah.
It wasn't elite.
I thought it was a B-plus game.
Yeah.
It was a B-plus game. By the way, though, watching that, when you go watch the All-22, you don't have to be a football expert, and I'm not, as far as X's and O's. Mm-hmm. It was a terrible throw and a terrible decision at the end of the game.
Yeah, because you saw the timeout,
you had time to fight another day. That is one that he never should have thrown.
Right.
And but he had done yeoman's work to get them to where they even were in that opportunity.
Yep. All right. We're going to speak with Jeff McClain momentarily. After that, we'll replay the Colin Cowherd audio that we started the show off with, and we'll get more reaction on the text line. The question of the day today is whether or not we are overreacting to the Week 2 loss, and not just because they lost the game, but because of everything that people started saying because of the loss. Oh, this is the same as last year. Oh, this team's not good enough. I told you so. I told you this. I told you that. Are we overreacting? Does Colin Cowherd have a point in the points that he made in that clip that we played? I broke it down out of the 7 points. I agree with one of them. But maybe he's right about us overreacting a little bit. I don't know. 610-632-0975 is the number to call in or text in. You know what, Connor? Do me a favor. Let's play that now. Here's Colin Cowherd as we're trying to get Jeff McClain on. Here's Colin Cowherd on his show yesterday.
Folks, Saquon catches the football, you're 2-0. You beat a team, if he catches the football, in Green Bay that could win their division, and Atlanta could win theirs. Kirk Cousins is good. It happens. It's football. Your division's a mess. Giants, Washington don't look very good. Dallas is typical Dallas roller coaster. You'll be fine. Now, Nick Sirianni's not Andy Reid. Who is? There's one. Yeah, you don't have Andy Reid. But A.J. Brown, your number one receiver, did not play. That is a thing. You can defend Philadelphia much differently when A.J. Brown's not on the field. For most of the game, you look like the better team. You also have a very experienced, and because of that, liabilities or weaknesses on the back end. So, I mean, Philadelphia is going to win their division, I would imagine. And then ultimately, at some point late in the season, they're going to lose a game in January or maybe February. They just can't make a stop. Okay, but that's because nobody is stopping Patrick Mahomes. But let's look at the good news. Jalen Hurts, back to being dynamic. Jalen Hurts was something. A.J. Brown's returning. Saquon Barkley, say whatever you want to say about Saquon Barkley. He's clearly a really good player who just dropped a ball. Your offensive line's top 5 in the league. I need you to take a deep breath. Everything's going to be okay.
Is everything going to be okay? I think so. But to poo-poo how we are acting after a Week 2 loss where you gave away a win, and there are people that are concerned of last year bleeding into this year, and everyone has their right to do that.
Here's why the Colin Cowherd stuff makes zero sense. And knowing him well, I say this with supreme confidence. I say, Colin, tell me about, give me the depth pass rushers of the Eagles. I guarantee he couldn't go 3 deep. Colin, tell me a little bit about give me even name me the 5 offensive linemen on the Eagles. I'll tell you $1,000 on the table he couldn't do it.
Right.
He loves storylines. He loves fandom. But he does not root for teams, and he doesn't root for this one. And by the way, yesterday when he walked into work and somebody said to him, "Hey, did you see social media? See the Eagles fans on social media?" He doesn't understand us at all.
Yeah,
that is.
But I'm sure
at all.
And I want to.
And knowing him, by the way, I'm speaking from a position of knowing him well.
Right. Then I'll say this. Forget the fact that it was Colin Cowherd for a second. The points that he made, I'm sure there are Eagles fans.
They are shallow pool. They're little kiddie pool points. There's no depth to them.
But John,
there's nothing behind
John,
them.
there was a lot of people in our local media that were saying the play was right, and if Saquon catches the ball, blah 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 blah. Right?
Well,
even Schefter said it. If Saquon catches the ball, Schefter said he would have ran the football.
But we all know if Saquon again, no sheesh Sherlock.
Right.
We know that if Saquon catches the ball, we know it would have been fine. But it doesn't make a difference as far as whether it was smart or not. It wouldn't have been smart even if you did it. It's not smart because of the fact you had a 97.4% winning percentage. If you run the ball there, win probability. You're just doing something. You're putting something at risk that didn't have to be at risk.
All right, well, our man Mike in Yardley thinks we are overreacting a little bit, but I'm curious by this call because I wonder if I could trap him on something. What's up, Coach Mike?
What's up, guys?
What's up, Mike?
Good morning. And can you guys hear me?
Yep,
Yeah,
loud and clear.
Okay. Good morning. So I was upset, very upset after the game, but these things, you got to wash it out of your system out of 24 hours after the fact. I agree with you, John, and I agree with you, Andrew, on the fact that you paid your running back because he's a great runner of the football. But I also agree with the point that players win you the game. The coaches have to put the players in position. You have your MVP quarterback candidate and your MVP candidate at running back who you paid all this money. You should be able to get that routine play.
Are you just hung yourself on your point? You said coaches have to put the players in a position to succeed. Saquon Barkley. Wait. Saquon Barkley is the worst running back in the entire NFL, 4 years running since 2021 at catching. He has the most drops. So if the coach's job, if the coach's job is
in position to do that,
not in the when the game on the line, coach, when the game's on the line, you put your players in a position to succeed. You said it.
John,
Run the ball.
If it was a wheel route down the sideline, if it was a slant route, I would.
No, he's running the ball through them. He's running up the gut on them all night long, and they can't stop him. So you do the smart thing, coach. You don't throw the ball in that situation to the worst guy in the NFL at catching.
Let me give a little more context to this play because I actually listened to some background on this. Hurts was told when you come out of the play action, if they actually cover it correctly this time, because remember, we're acting like they did not.
Yeah, they ran it earlier in the game.
And Saquon caught it, fine. So Hurts was told if Saquon is uncovered, boom, this is routine. If he's covered, slide down.
But he wasn't covered, so he threw the football.
But that's my whole point. They ran it earlier in the game. It's your best
They ran it all night
offense.
long down their throats. They couldn't stop him, Mike.
Thanks for the call, Mike.
They couldn't stop him all night long. They had no defense against him all night long. You're 3rd and 3. It wasn't 3rd and 5. It wasn't 3rd and 6. It's 3rd and 3. Give Saquon the ball twice if you want to be big balls, aggressive coach. You're going to get the 3 yards. Drives me nuts.
See, I was going to – we ran out of time.
And I love Coach, buddy.
I know,
Good
me
job.
too. Mike's a
Good
great
job.
dude.
Great guy.
We're going to talk to Jeff McClain momentarily, so we had to go. But I wanted to ask Mike, remember week 1 going into the Packers game, he didn't care about the result. He just wanted to see clean football.
Oh. Hey, if you say this too, most importantly, if he said it, a coach's job is to put a player in the best position to succeed. For Saquon Barkley, the facts are there. The best position for him to succeed is to run the damn ball, not to throw it to him, where he's Edward Scissorhands.
Let's go to Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From the Inquirer, Inquirer.com does a tremendous job covering the Eagles. John, you said he was the best dressed or one of the best dressed at the...
He was a little more casual than usual for opening night. I was a little surprised. But look, McClain always sets the
he sets the
tone.
standard. The standard's the standard.
Yeah,
man.
he does.
Jeff
He really
McClain
does.
joins us. Jeffrey, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys.
Hi, Jeff.
All right, so you just you heard us reacting to one of our callers just now. There's a lot that we want to get into, but let's start with the big play from Monday night that everyone's still talking about, the 3rd and 3. We'd love to get your thoughts on the play call and then everything that obviously transpired.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have any problem with the play. I mean, it's something that they ran earlier in the game with success. He was open. The pass was there. He just needed to catch it. I get the argument to run it there too. I mean, I'm not saying it's black and white, but Nick was right. They were clogging the middle. It could have ended the game right there. If he catches it, he'll probably get a first down, and probably would just kind of go down in bounds maybe. My issue was that if you're going to be aggressive with that play call, then you should be aggressive on 4th down and go for it.
I like your aggressiveness there on the 4th down call. I like that a lot. But we just had a caller saying to us, it's the coach's job to put a player in the best position to succeed. Since 2021, he's the worst pass catcher. He's the guy who is most likely to drop a ball of any running back. So wouldn't the best position to succeed be run the ball?
Well, I guess you're talking about the number of drops that
he has the most drops of any running back since 2021 began.
Well, he probably has way more targets than any other running back too.
Yes, absolutely. He's got a lot of them.
What's the percentages there? You're like, you know what I'm saying? Kenny Gainwell, I've seen him drop a ton of passes.
Once or twice.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and look, Jeff, we talked about this a lot yesterday, and I said if that was the play call, the 3rd and 3 play call, I would have been okay with it to what you just said if he had been aggressive all day. It's been strange ever since the Super Bowl, and I said that we talked about this earlier today too. Ever since the Super Bowl, remember, all year long he was aggressive that year in 2022. Then the Super Bowl, he went against his own morals, and it seems like he doesn't necessarily know what he wants to be all of last year and through 2 weeks this season. Some drives he's aggressive, some drives he's not. Some drives he listens to the analytics, some drives he doesn't. Who is Nick Sirianni as a head coach? Is he an aggressive guy, or is he just trying to go with the emotions?
Yeah, I think that's a fair critique of Nick. Yeah, and this is his thing, now on game days, because he really doesn't have anything, he doesn't have a direct, impact in the play calling. Obviously, he can overrule Kellen Moore. He can even overrule, I think, Fangio if he wants. He's the head coach, right? But, he said he's kind of doubled down on what he needs to do as a game manager. And that was kind of a little bit of what I wrote about after the game was that, this you got to get right. The fourth downs, the timeouts, you can't, they burnt the timeout there, before the pass too. So he's got to do that. And then in terms of the aggressiveness, I think that's something that's very important to Jeffrey Lurie too, as we all know. He's a huge proponent of analytical thinking and using the numbers. Not necessarily being almost a robot and when to go for it and when not to go for it. Although he's like, one time he almost described it that way, that there's little kind of wiggle room, but there is, and I do think that coaches sometimes have to go with their gut on some of these calls, but by and large, being aggressive on fourth down typically pays off in the long run, and I think sometimes Nick just doesn't have the heart to do it. And as you mentioned in the Super Bowl, I mean, if you look at it, that decision to punt, considering I know we're talking about something that happened 2 years ago, but
that's when it started, right? Because all season long he was aggressive, and then he went. I think he overthought it, or he thought twice to do that. And remember, there was the field goal as well that was questioned, and then he saw it all last year. And hell, even Week 1 against the Packers, there were some times where you go, should that have been a field goal? Should that have been a go for on fourth down? Like it kind of looks like he's confused sometimes out there.
Right, and then earlier in the game against the Falcons on 4th and 4. In the first quarter, and I think some people were I think I honestly found more people were upset about that. They felt, take the 3 points there. It's early in the game. Again, I really think going for a fourth down generally pays off. I would have run it on third down. If you already decide at that point that you're going to go for it on fourth down, which you should be thinking at that point, at 3rd and 4. All right, if we don't get it here, are we going for it? Run it there, maybe you can get it, especially the way that Saquon was running.
Right.
To that point, he had 4 carries for 39 yards. Now, again, it's a little tougher sledding down there. I get all that, but I mean, he just looked almost like he couldn't be stopped, and they did take him out for a couple plays, so he probably was refreshed on that third down play that he was out there for. So anyway, I agree. I think that's something that you could certainly point to in terms of Nick when it comes to fourth down play and timeouts.
Jeff, is there anything more you can give us on the Jaylen Carter situation?
Yeah, right. So I reported yesterday that he was late for something last week, and they opted to not start him and play him in the first series. I don't know if that's a little Harry High School. I can't say for certain because I don't know exactly what it was he was late for. I do know that this was kind of like a one-off a little bit. So at least from their point of view, I don't know. To me, it's like if you're doing that just for missing one meeting, that's kind of a little Harry High School.
That's where I would lean because everything I've heard, he's been good. Everything I've heard, he's been exceptional.
Right, and I've heard that too. For the most part, he's a young guy. Obviously, he's going to make some mistakes here and there. He had the one thing at that target last season. For the most part, I feel like Jones been fine. But I felt that was a little aggressive in terms of how
Are they just trying to like set a standard?
Maybe,
is that and use him as an example?
Yeah. Yes. No. Certain. I mean, look again. They have rules, and if you break the rules, I mean, you're going to have to pay the consequences, right? He ended up playing more snaps than another defensive tackle, right. But it was. I mean, I was like, why isn't he out there? And of course, I had to sleuth that out because it was just bizarre that he wouldn't be out there. He's the best defensive lineman.
All right, last thing before we let you go, Jeff. We appreciate the time as always. What do you do with Bryce Huff if this continues? He's got a big price tag, and I know you got to try to figure it out, but I don't know what you do.
You got to play him. I mean, look, I know the numbers aren't great. The bigger, like he's talked about the scheme thing. The Fandry's talked about the scheme thing. My thing is like, okay, I get the scheme thing on run defense. This is something, again, he didn't play a lot of rundowns in New York with the Jets. and this is, he's definitely playing in a different scheme in terms of how to defend the run. I get all that. But when it comes to a pass rusher, it's not scheme. You just got to beat the guy in front of you, right? There's nothing that they're really kind of asking him to do differently here than he did in New York. And then when you're only winning kind of 3.3% of your pass rush attempts versus I think he was 12.2 last year, and it's early, then that's the bigger concern for me. He had some okay rushes. Like I didn't think he was like this great thing anyway. Like I'm looking at him and I'm like, that's kind of what I looked in the film last year. He had a couple unblocked sacks last year. He had a couple sacks that came against backup tackles. You would hope that the Eagles would have done all their homework on this and looked into this further than just, okay, we're projecting him to be this. That's kind of a little bit of a swing. And then, right now, it looks like a miss. But
yeah, I uttered the name Byron Maxwell yesterday. Great player on that defense in
Byron
Seattle.
Maxwell was great, though.
Yeah, and
before he got here.
then he comes here, and it wasn't the same team. It wasn't the same scheme. And
right.
I'm not saying that's who Bryce Huff is, but it's a fear that could be the case.
Yeah. Well, they're hoping it's Javon Hargrave, who,
Right. There you go.
The first year he was here, the scheme thing kind of took him a little bit while, and then he ended up becoming like a Pro Bowl player. I don't think that's going to happen personally, but I can't see it being this bad for the entire season either.
All right. I promise one more question because it just hit me because we're not going to talk to you till next week. Big picture. How important is Sunday for the Eagles? Big picture. I'm not talking standings.
Yeah.
I'm not talking standings. All right.
We've been here before, and I always feel like, I remember with Andy, a lot of times he'd start slow, and you'd be like, oh, how important is this? It'd be like 1-1, maybe even I think one time's 0-2 or something like that. And, you don't want to kind of get in a hole so early. But, you look around the Cowboys, the Lions, and the 49ers all lost last week as well. So I don't think it's like do or die. Again, it's a road game too. Of course, they got Tampa on the road after that, and then they had the bye. I mean, if they go into the bye 2-2, I think they're fine. Assuming that they could kind of like figure things out and progress and play more. Playing more in the scheme will help them. But yeah, I mean, it's you don't want to go 1-2, and if you're Nick Sirianni, you definitely don't want your seat getting any hotter. Because based on what happened last offseason, you wonder what Jeffrey's patience is.
Yeah,
so
sure. Absolutely.
We'll see.
Jeff, you're the
Thank
man.
you,
We
Jeff.
appreciate it. We'll talk to you again next week.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
There is Jeff McClain on the Comcast Business Hotline from the Inquirer.com. I had to ask it because, look, I don't know how important Sunday is.
He said something in there that to me epitomizes the entire discussion of the third down call the other night.
Mm-hmm.
He said something in his answer, and I wrote it down.
All right. Can you give that to us next? Also, our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. We normally do it at 9:10 on Wednesdays, but McClain had to move some things around, so we had Jeff on. So the 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter also comes your way next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yeah, he's Cy Young.
97.5 The Fanatic. Don't forget Fan Fest coming our way Saturday, September 28th at Xfinity Live, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. Complete details at 975thefanatic.com. I gotta enter the list of all the people that have reached out to me. Hey, can I get 2? Can I get 4? Hey, can I get 16?
Cousin Matt reached out this morning for a friend of his and everything. I mean, people are
Somebody
up
asked me for
against it.
16 tickets. I was like, yo, dude, come on.
Come on now.
Come on, man. 16.
16.
16?
Who's all coming?
Real quick, 2 o'clock today, apparently.
Best show ever?
Yes.
That's on my calendar.
That's happening.
That's on my calendar.
I saw Kevin Kincade tweet this out. There was a press release. Apparently today at 2 o'clock, Mayor Parker will make an announcement on the Sixers arena. Apparently that's coming today.
Okay.
So just something to keep an eye on.
Do not
today.
break into General Hospital at 3, so get it done.
Okay.
Sonny killed Cates. I mean, it's a big going on. By the way, so Jeff McClain's talking, and he says about how he said Jeffrey Lurie is a huge advocate of analytics and being, going out there and analytically using it, and that also Nick Sirianni, a big believer in the analytics. 97.3% chance of winning the game if you run the ball.
Right.
I don't care what your analytics department tells you. That's the only analytics you should need.
Right.
If you're such a believer in statistics telling you what to do, you rejected commonality. You rejected the nature of that and went with the solution that less than 3% of the time you would do.
Which, you know what, I'm okay with because I don't like relying on analytics for every single decision. But like that. Like,
but if you're somebody who's telling me it's all about analytics, we love analytics, we want to do things analytically, you rejected analytics.
Right, and that's why Nick Sirianni, as I wrote on the website yesterday, is having an identity crisis. Thank you.
I thought it was one of your best.
He's having an identity crisis. He doesn't know what he wants to do. All right, Adam Schefter joined us earlier today. Here's his 5 best minutes. The mummer himself, Adam Schefter, joins us. Shefty, good morning.
Good morning.
How do you make the decision that they made, 3rd down, after a timeout? Falcons have no timeouts.
Yeah.
Make the decision to put the ball at risk when all they had to do was run the football. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, I think if they had run the football, I think Atlanta still would have gotten back the ball with a little bit of time.
Would have been like 57 seconds left.
Right? Okay. So I think that obviously Nick felt like he was going for the kill shot there. And if Saquon Sibley catches it, it's over the game. And he did. And again, to me, you run the football. And it's very easy to get on Nick Sirianni. And I'm not saying it's wrong. But football, it's one of the reasons that I believe this sport is popular as it is. You've got a situation where basically the coach, whatever the coach decides, if it works, he's brilliant and bold and daring. And if it doesn't, he's an idiot. And it's that simple, okay? Yeah. The percentages were he should have run, okay? So on the surface, he did not make the right call. And by the way, like he's done that before. That's been his DNA. If you remember the Jet game, I believe it was week 5 last year, he threw the ball in a similar spot. So that's who he is, and that's what he does. And sometimes it works.
Then why not go for it on that? You see, now here's what I understand.
Right.
Then why not go for it on 4th down then?
Well, how about this? I'll go back earlier. I remember the game started, and I know that all these coaches are into all these analytics, and I'm old school to a certain extent. But they got down there to the 5-6 yard line to open the game and went for it on 4th down, maybe the 3 yard line.
That was the second possession they did that, and they didn't kick the field goal.
Right, and it was 0-0 at the time, correct?
Yes.
Right. I'm in favor of getting on the board first, especially at home. I don't care that it's a field. But again, it's easy in hindsight to say these things. Now, if they had gone for it on the second possession of the game and scored, we would have been like, oh, Nick Sirianni, so bold, so daring, goes for it. What a great coach. Like, my favorite example of this of all time is Sean Payton in the Super Bowl. In the second half, he opens up with an onside kick.
Right. Sure.
They get it. They win the Super Bowl. Sean Payton, it changed the trajectory of his career, okay? From that point on, he's a brilliant coach who will do anything. He's got a Super Bowl on his resume. What a great coach. If he does that and Indianapolis recovers, he is criticized and ripped for his remaining years as a coach. That's the idiot who decided to try the onside kick in the Super Bowl.
Right.
Foolishly and didn't get it done.
Shefty, here's my biggest problem with the Sirianni stuff. It seems like, and we talked about this yesterday on the show, it seems like he's almost having like an identity. If John Harbaugh is touchdown, go for 2. Right? Like, you know what John Harbaugh is going to do every single game. There's no questioning it. You know that Doug Peterson, when he was the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, 4th and 4, 4th and 6, 4th and 8, he's going for it. Nick Sirianni, one drive he wants to be aggressive. The next drive he doesn't want to listen to the analytics. Like, it almost seems like he's questioning his own morals. And that started in the Super Bowl 2 years ago when he was aggressive all year. And then in the biggest game of the year, he went against what he did all season that got him to that point.
Yeah, right. You got to make up your mind who you are and be that guy, right? And I get that. That's fair. But I still come back to my point being the right one, that you are as smart as you are if it works, and you're as much of a moron as you are if it doesn't. And it's that simple. It's that simple.
By the way, one of our listeners was taking a tab yesterday between Fox and ESPN. 15 ex-NFL players, 13 disagreed with even ever risking it there and throwing it. And 2 said, yeah, I see the excitement in it. I just don't...
No, listen, I think everybody could agree the right call is to...
Run the ball.
Is to run the football. That's the right call.
I don't understand how you let that slip away, especially when you refused a penalty earlier to make them have an extra down. So you could manipulate clock. What Nick Sirianni does strategy-wise, I got to tell you, Adam, I wouldn't trust him in a game of Candyland. I wouldn't.
I got it. By the way, the Phillies special, that's an example of being aggressive as well, right?
Yeah, but Doug did it all year.
Yeah, but Doug, that was his MO consistently.
That was my problem with Sirianni, was that it seems like one drive he wants to be aggressive and listen to analytics, the next drive he doesn't. We're speaking to Adam Schefter. Shefty, so a lot of people after yesterday, and I get it, the day after a game is an emotional day for a lot of people, especially if it's a loss, but a lot of people started bringing up last season again. And you and I have had this conversation. We have moved on. It is 2024. But is it fair for people in a week 2 disappointing loss to immediately start questioning, are there issues from last year carrying over? I would like you to address the people that are doing that.
Well, I wouldn't expect anybody but you to ask that question, Andrew.
Thank you. I take that as an honor.
Listen, I think there are scars from last year, inevitably, that are there on the body of the 2024 Eagles. There are scars. Do I think that impacts their performance on I don't. But, I mean, it's in the background. It hangs out there. You start worrying, is this team going to start performing? But it's a different team. It is a different team. They've made a number of changes. We've talked all about the conditions of the coordinators and the different personnel. So they've done things different. It's not the same team. It's just not. Now, everybody's so haunted by last year, and rightfully so, that you start wondering that. Natural, I guess. But I don't believe that last year is a part of this year. I don't.
All right, that's our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. You can hear the entire interview on 975thefanatic.com, as well as our YouTube page. Just search 97.5 The Fanatic. Haley does a great job with that.
Haley's killing it.
And Brendan Gunn did a great job putting that together. Speaking of B. Gunn, he puts together the Key 3, which is coming our way next. The Kincade Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C. You'll hear that. And we'll sneak in a couple more text messages before we get out of here. It is Kincade and Salciunas right here on a Wednesday morning. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
Somewhere along the line, you got to make
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Some people have different standards for things.
You got to mention this.
So let me make this clear. I think he does a good job. Josh Reynolds, he's the host of the That's Ball Folks podcast, and he does a lot of Philly media. He posts videos of stuff all the time. He's a big Britton Covey fan. The one. Big Britton.
he's really not getting battled for the position.
He's a Britton Covey fan. So he puts this out, Connor, before we get to the key three. A photo of him receiving and look, for him, he had a career day. That was Britton Covey's best game of his career as a receiver, not as a return man. 6 receptions, 6 targets. He says Britton Covey balled out on Monday.
What?
23 yards receiving.
What?
Can you ball out?
No.
23 yards receiving. Can you get the praise of balling out?
If it was one of us, maybe, but this dude
Balled out? What are you talking about?
I like Josh. I think Josh, even though Josh hates the Philly media and all that kind of stuff, whatever, I could,
we can still love him.
I like people. And he's a beacon of positivity when it comes to Philadelphia sports.
Oh, but I get ripped for my positivity.
No. That's ridiculous.
You can't go balled out.
Balled out?
It's 23 yards.
What are you talking about?
Now, he
balled
does
out?
make the point that 2 big receptions were called back, which were true, but penalties are the reason why sometimes plays happen.
Correct.
You can't ball. Like Devontae Smith balled out on Monday, right? Because he had 6 catches, a touchdown, and 70-plus yards receiving.
If that's balling out, I balled out as an undersized slot wide receiver at RV.
You can't.
Okay, I can't even.
You can't get the ball out.
No, and I know you want to. I know you want to fanboy on your favorite people. You want to love your favorite athlete or somebody that is your pet project as a fan. That's ridiculous.
All right, it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
What we already knew about the pass rush and the fears of the pass rush just look even worse when people highlight specific things. And as I said to you a lot yesterday, John, my biggest concern added to what was my biggest concern is that I don't see this getting better unless Vic Fangio finds a way to be creative with some of the pass rush techniques, either with the edge rushers, maybe they stunt, maybe they do some certain things, or maybe he adds pressure, maybe he does a 5-man front. I don't know, but I don't see an end in sight. I like a light at the end of the tunnel. It's darkness with the pass rush right now.
I would look at it as the light is an incoming train because I couldn't agree with you more. We start the show today with it. That's what I really come away with is that I don't know what improves, but I do know this. The road's much easier at different parts in the season. This is not a horrible team. This is not a team that is going to win 4 or 5 games. But how good are they? I hope that I have not completely overvalued this.
The Phillies. First off, great win yesterday. Zach Wheeler, dominant. Bryce Harper hit what looked like a pop-up, and I think he thought it was a pop-up, the way he reacted as he was jogging down the first baseline.
As he said after the game, he knew he got it, but he just has been owned by that pitcher his entire career.
That he thought it wasn't going out.
No, he was doing his little foxtrot down the line.
And he hits the home run. Castellanos goes yard number 21 on the season. And Zach Wheeler was fantastic. Bullpen was great. Phils get the win.
And right now with their record, no matter what happens, they are in a good position to have home field should they ever get to a World Series with the better record. I'm not sure I want them to kill themselves, though, to try to get the 1 seed, if it comes down to it. Because I look at it as I think the Padres are the most dangerous team.
The mummer himself, Adam Schefter, joins us. Shefty, good morning.
It's very easy to get on Nick Sirianni, and I'm not saying it's wrong. But football, it's one of the reasons that I believe this sport is popular as it is. You've got a situation where basically the coach, whatever the coach decides, if it works, he's brilliant and bold and daring. And if it doesn't, he's an idiot. And it's that simple.
And I told you, John, yesterday, and I told you this morning, I'm not over this loss. Do I believe that they're going to miss the playoffs? No. But I do believe that this loss may have some reasons why they're not a 1 seed down the road or 2 seed down the road. Or maybe they have to play in Week 18 when Week 18 could have been a week where they rested their starters. There is a reason why you should be still upset after the Week 2 loss to the Atlanta Falcons. Jeff McClain joins us. Jeffrey, good morning. How are you?
I didn't have any problem with the play. I mean, something that they ran early in the game with success. He was open. The pass was there. He just needed to catch it. I get the argument to run it there, too. I mean, I'm not saying it's black and white, but Nick was right. They were clog in the middle. It could have ended the game right there. If he catches it, he'll probably get a first down, and they probably would just like kind of go down in bounds maybe. My issue was that, if you're going to be aggressive, if that play call, then you should be aggressive on fourth down and go for it.
What Monday night did for a lot of people was open up a door to questions again. It opened up a door that I thought was closed, especially after the win against the Packers of, hey, man, if they lose a couple of games early on, how's that locker room going to be? You open the door back to that after one loss, and a loss where you should have won that football game, and a couple of decisions, or if a ball is caught, whatever you want to say, it came down to a final quarter where no matter how ugly it was at times, you were going to win that game. But that loss and the way you lost, with the decision-making by the head coach, that loss opens those questions back up, Johnny.
I think that the one thing I would say to you on that is that they already have shown you that they're going to send a message this year, which they didn't last year. They're going to send us a message that this year is going to be different, that they're assembled, the Wonder Twins are together, they're all going to be all for one for all, that this is going to be a different. A.J. Brown said it yesterday.
Yep.
So I think there's a different mindset to this year's team, but is there a different level of talent? Is there enough talent to overcome some of the deficiencies?
All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C. Make sure you check out their brewing company in Norristown. Don't miss their Oktoberfest celebration, September 27th through the 29th, where you can try their Oktoberfest Key 3, the Berliner Weiss, a historic German sour beer.
Berliner Weiss!
The Festbier, which is a modern take on the Oktoberfest style, and the Von C Toberfest Marzen, a love letter to Munich malt. Visit VonCbrewing.com and find out where you can pick up your Key 3 from Von C today.
Hey, I'd like you to support life-saving cancer research. Would you join us and our generous partner, Window Nation? Make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
All right, the beauty of a Monday night game, tomorrow's already Thursday, so we can start moving forward to the next game. So we'll have more Eagles discussion. Usually on a Thursday, we look at the national picture as well in the NFL.
The Phillies may have clinched a postseason berth.
And hopefully we are celebrating that tomorrow.
And hopefully they're not popping champagne corks for doing it. There's a lot more to be clinched.
Stubbsy will, man. What else has he got to do? All right, coming up next.
DJ Triple-A.
That's the Mike Missanelli. That's a great DJ name, actually.
Somebody told me that the other day.
Mike Missanelli Show coming our way next with Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn. Everybody have a great rest of your day. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The magic number for the NL East